ocean really revolves around its role in climate. It's the largest part of the climate system. It contains the largest habitat on the planet. It moves heat from lower latitudes to higher latitudes. It freezes over in the Arctic and changes how the whole climate system operates in those high latitudes, and we don't understand it very well. We don't understand, a lot of the interactions, the details of the interactions between the ocean and the atmosphere. And probably most important, we don't understand the role of the ocean's ecosystem in the carbon cycle. And I'm not to say that we don't have the broad outlines. We do, but what we really need are predictive skill, right? We need to understand this in a very detailed scientific way. We need to have the tools to observe those parts of our planet so that we can make predictions. And those in turn inform policy and allow us to decide what is acceptable in the way of use of the ocean, given that we want to pass an ocean on to our children, which is at least as nice as the ocean that we live with.
We're talking with Dr. James Bellingham of Johns Hopkins University. The book is How Are Marine Robots Shaping Our Future? And he is the executive director of the Johns Hopkins Institute for Assured Autonomy and the Bloomberg Distinguished Professor of Exploration Robotics. So, I'm listening to you, Jim, and I'm thinking to myself, well, why would humans ever want to have a permanent, habitat in the ocean? We don't belong there. We belong like on planet Earth to breathe oxygen. We're not fish. We're not reptiles.
Oh, yeah. No, I completely agree. I wasn't suggesting humans move into habitats in the ocean. It's more that our presence in the ocean is growing largely because of our robotic proxies. So if you were, for example, to look at the Gulf of Mexico, one of the things that you would realize is the Gulf of Mexico, particularly in the part of it which is in U.S. waters, is dotted with oil rigs. And those oil rigs are connected underwater via pipelines and cables. In some senses, it's that part of the ocean is increasingly an industrial ocean. And as we put in wind farms over the coming years in the offshore environment, as Europe already has, you begin to sort of build this large infrastructure, which will extend further and further out from shore, out to deeper and deeper water. So that's kind of the sense that I mean, that we're moving into the ocean to stay. In effect, industrial things which at one time were entirely on land are now occurring in the ocean.
So tell us, Jim, if you know, in terms of data you're collecting, what is the impact on our mammals that live in the ocean of having these industrialization? We know that on land, the industrialization of land has typically had a very deleterious impact on humans that live within a range of it. We've been polluted by it. We've gotten cancer by it. We've gotten lung disease by it. Industrialization has a tremendously beneficial footprint for the people that use what it produces, but typically has a pretty horrible impact on the people who live around the production itself. Do we know what impact, if any, we're having on the marine life that lived within the existing industrial infrastructure when we go there?
Well, I think that the broad picture is reasonably clear. Fisheries have fished down many of the wild fisheries to much lower levels than they were before the advent of sort of large-scale global fishing, and that in turn has driven sort of the rise of aquaculture. Aquaculture is a very young industry, and if you think about sort of the evolution of farming and land, as you go from hunter-gatherers to farming, one of the things that you get is much higher productivity out of the land. You can support more people with farming than you can support with just hunting animals in the wild, and the same is true in the ocean. But there's a lot of lessons to learn in doing that as to how you do that in ways which are sustainable and which are compatible with other ocean uses. You tend to do this in coastal areas where people live and where people really care about the quality the quality of their environment. So these are all things that are evolving actually quite rapidly today. So one of the things that I do is I'm on an science advisory board for the Norwegian government, for one of their agencies that oversees their fisheries and aquaculture activities. Just to pick one example of a type of a place where there's a very close human interaction with the ocean and the ocean habitats. And I like the Norwegians a lot. I think that they really are trying to manage this. They're trying to find this balance. It's their second largest industry, right? The combination of aquaculture and fisheries. So they want to support the prosperity of their country, but they want to do it in a sustainable way that also preserves the beauty of their environment. And Norway is truly a beautiful environment, right? Those fjords are spectacular. And so they're working very hard on these problems, but there's outstanding questions that we encounter all the time. How to manage parasites, how closely can you put farms together? Do you understand the environment well enough to describe the interaction, the flow of currents, which is carrying, for example, the effects of one farm perhaps to another farm? Those are all things which are really, we're developing now. Farming's been around for thousands of years, and so a lot of the lessons of farming were learned over that period. Fisheries and aquaculture, particularly aquaculture, those things really are being, they're being. That's a story that's being written today.
Are we getting, James Bellingham, Jim, are we getting enough current funding to keep this research going? Does the majority of the funding come from the federal government? Does it come from philanthropic private organizations or the university itself? Where do you get the money to do all of this?
Well, historically in the U.S., a lot of this funding came out of the Department of Defense, specifically the Navy. So until about, latter part of the 20th century, they were the largest funding of basic science, right, of understanding how the ocean circulates, understanding the geology of the ocean. And then NSF funding expanded to carry that scientific enterprise forward. If you compare the scale of investments in ocean science to, for example, space science, which, by the way, I'm an enormous supporter of. I love. I've always, like most kids, I wanted to be an astronaut when I was younger. But the ocean enterprise is funded much less, right, than the space enterprise. And you can reasonably ask, why is that? And part of the reason I wanted to write this book was I wanted to convey to people sort of the importance of the ocean in their lives, the excitement of sort of the opportunities we have ahead of us. I mean, I think the next generation of scientists and technologists that work in the ocean are going to be part of a great expansion of our understanding of the ocean and of our planet, but also to kind of give people a feeling for the excitement, right, of this period of time. And it's all visible, right? You can go to the web and you can see. I'm following a group of colleagues who have a Arctic cruise right now. They're actually a ride along on a Korean vessel, and they have their robots up there, and they're doing all of their science, and they're posting to the web. And you can go online and sort of see, you see updates from the Arctic Ocean or from the latest Alvin dives. It's all out there. Very exciting times.
Very exciting. It is a good time to be alive in terms of enlightenment and exploration. I always say that on our show and to the people who are listening, because it's very easy to get down on some of the downward trends. But if we really look up, there are still amazing people like you and your team that are advancing us, that are bringing us to a better, easier, hopefully more balanced life. I do hope that in our constant thirst for knowledge and optimization of our own well-being, that we are keeping in mind that we have a responsibility for the well-being of the creatures that are already there. I'm always mindful of disruption of that. It concerns me greatly. I was at Cape Cod last year, and I've been going to the Cape every year for 40 years, and 125 white dolphins. They're not white, they're black and white, but they're called white dolphins, beached in Wellfleet, which had never happened before, at least within recent memory, 125 of them. And they couldn't get out of the harbor, so they had a bunch of people try and get them back over the tide, to the harbor, but still about 50 died. And there were 4 of them right on the little strip of beach behind the little house that we rent every summer. And every day I would have to walk by and see their intestines eaten out more and more. And we would lug them ourselves into the tide, but they were too heavy and they kept coming back. And I was so upset and distressed by this mass event. And I thought, they just put up these wind farms in Cape Cod a year or 2 ago. These animals navigate by sonar. Intuitively, it's upsetting to me. Because intuitively, I believe that somehow we're creating things in the ocean that are throwing these beautiful creatures off their path. It's just but I could be wrong, but it's sort of like intuitive to me that we would be doing that because the sounds, the enormous sounds of vibrations that come from these machines, I think they have to have an impact on these animals and how they navigate.
Yeah, you raise a really good point, and so many different ways to take this. So one of the things that's interesting, right, is that the way we study animals in the ocean is we're a little bit like paparazzi, right? We're kind of out there for a bit. We snap a picture of an organism as we fly by it, or as we're as our vehicle sort of does its imagery, but what we have not been able to do is to do what biologists and hunters and our ancestors on land have been able to do with land animals all the time, which is to follow them around and see how they interact with their environment, see how they choose where to feed, where they go to mate, what their life cycle looks like, how they respond to changes in their environment. And so that's one of the things that I really think will be in a very exciting kind of robot as we develop more sophisticated systems are systems that literally are kind of like stalkers, that maybe will follow these organisms around and observe them so that we'll develop that kind of understanding.
Yeah, because I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong because these wind farms are going up all over and what do I know? I'm not a scientist. So I hope I'm wrong. But I'd like to be proven wrong. You know what I mean? I'd like to be proven wrong.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of question that we need to answer. Because we honestly there's a lot of work going on. For example, one of the things that you have to do when you do offshore infrastructure installation and off the East Coast is you have to monitor whether or not there are marine mammals around, and actually certain types of turtles as well. And if those get too close, you are supposed to close down and stop all of your operations.
Interesting.
Now,
wow.
Yeah, that assumes that you can spot them, right, and that they're there. That assumes that we know the right distance. And then sound propagates in very strange ways underwater. Yes. So it also assumes that you understand how the sound propagates. But, in general, right, there is an effort to make sure that those activities, don't impact marine mammals. Another thing that some of the folks are working on in that environment are something called bubble screens. So what you'd really like is a way to kind of shield off a part of the ocean, do something that generates a lot of sound, and have that sound just not get out.
I see.
And so these bubble screens are an attempt to do that. How well do they work? I don't know. They definitely work. They definitely work to a degree, right? But these are relatively new technologies.
Dr. Bellingham, I hate to cut you off because I think I could talk with you all day. I'm on real time on radio, and I've already skipped one commercial break, and they're echoing in my ear. Lisa, you really have to go. But Dr. James Bellingham, perhaps you'll come back on the show. I would love that. The book is called How Are Marine Robots Shaping Our Future? I think you should get it and read it and keep our minds open. Thank you so much for your contributions to science and to education. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Pleasure.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much. James Bellingham on the Lisa Wexler Show from Johns Hopkins. We'll be right back.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and warm this afternoon with a high in the low 80s. Clear and cool this evening and overnight in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's September 19th. On this day in 1959, the Xerox Corporation, based in Norwalk, developed the first plain paper photocopier. Today is International Talk Like a Pirate Day.
You must be a pirate for the Pirates Code to apply, and you're not. Welcome aboard the Black Pearl, Miss Turner.
The number one movie on this day in 1990 was Goodfellas.
You're supposed to be doing this stuff too, you know?
You're a funny guy.
That's it, Henry. That's it, Henry.
I know I'd go from rags to riches.
September 19th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. The Senate has rejected competing Republican and Democratic versions of a temporary spending bill. That increases the chance of a partial government shutdown beginning October 1st. CBS's Torian Small reports from Capitol Hill.
Leader Thune has kind of painted this as a Democrat shutdown, saying that Chuck Schumer, the minority leader, would be at fault if a shutdown happens. Some notable things I want to call out here. John Fetterman was the only Democrat to vote for this bill. Lisa Murkowski and Rand Paul were the only Republicans to vote against this bill.
There was a high-stakes phone call this morning between President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping. They were trying to come to terms on trade and tariffs and reach an agreement on the sale of TikTok to companies outside of China. Trump said they made progress. CBS's Kelly O'Grady is on the Money Watch.
China buys a lot of oil from Russia. We have seen other countries say that they will increase their buying of U.S. oil and energy. So that would be something potentially that is at the heart of these negotiations. And then another would be agriculture. We do, as a country, sell a lot to China, especially in soybean and corn.
A new CDC advisory committee is now discussing whether to limit the use of the COVID-19 vaccine. CBS's Mark Strassman reports from outside the CDC's headquarters in Atlanta.
Right now, we're all used to having the choice about whether to get the vaccine. What the committee is discussing now is whether to restrict that access to higher risk people, that is, people who are either 65 or 75 years old and up, or people who are younger than that but have some medical complication that puts them in a higher risk category, and then typically only with a doctor's prescription. So that would be a fundamental change.
In suburban Chicago, dozens of protesters tried to block vehicles outside a federal immigration enforcement building. ICE agents were able to use a chemical agent to move the protesters. A search is underway for a 2-year-old boy who was swept away by floodwaters in Barstow, that's northeast of Los Angeles. He was in a car with his father on Main Street last night when the flooding happened. The father is okay. Flash floods and the mudslides that resulted have buried roads, damaged homes, and trapped drivers in several communities in Southern California. This man says he's been through it before.
I thought that we would never see mud at this level ever again. This time was a lot more aggressive than last.
And on Wall Street, less than 2 hours before the close of the trading day, the Dow is up about 1/3%. Same for the S&P 500. NASDAQ up about 0.5%. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. people who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Marissa Gillette, the controversial chair of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, is planning to step down. Governor Ned Lamont announced that Gillette has given him a letter of resignation that will be effective October 10th. Gillette's appointment earlier this year was marked by criticism from state Republicans who accused Democrats of backroom tactics to secure her the position. In a statement, the governor said, in part, quote, "On behalf of our state, I am appreciative of her public service and dedication to our state and its ratepayers." Investigators are in the process of wrapping up a probe of whether or not 3 Bridgeport police officers were justified in a shooting in Ansonia in 2024. The incident occurred in February of 2024 when Bridgeport officers were involved in a chase through several towns with 41-year-old Jonathan Mark Lewis Bell, which ended in Ansonia, culminating in the 3 officers, Sergeant Christopher Robinson and officers Matthew Hoffman and Wilberto Rivera Colon, shooting Bell, who was unarmed. Then State Inspector General Robert Devlin found insufficient evidence to charge the officers, but did identify a host of problems that he deemed questionable. The Municipal Law Department says the full report should be available in the next week or two. When Stratford students resumed school on August 28th, the length of the school day had increased by 15 minutes. According to a district note, the longer day is, quote, to support instructional time and enhance student learning experiences across the district. According to Acting Superintendent Heather Borges, the 15-minute addition strengthens the district's ability to balance academics, movement, and social-emotional learning. And first cousins in Connecticut who might be thinking of getting married are running out of time to tie the knot. The state has implemented a ban on first cousins getting married that takes effect on October 1st. After that date, the law explicitly bans marriage between people who are aware that they are first cousins. Supporters of the ban say the science shows that children of first cousins have a higher rate of birth defects. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a bit easier. Route 8 northbound roadwork, exits 14 through 17. Right lane is out. And on 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 14 through 12. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I'm here to tell you, don't get your hopes up. Now, I know everybody since the tragic death a week and a couple of days ago of Charlie Kirk getting gunned down at a college campus there in Utah when he was just discussing something, trying to have an open forum of ideas. Everybody on both sides of the aisle here, and I don't doubt with some goodwill, good intentions here, are saying, hey, you know, we need to tone it down here. This can't go on. And they're right. They're right. This can't go on. And they're right. But here's the problem. That's not going to happen. I was thinking about this on the way home last night and driving around and getting some errands done on the show. No, don't you understand? Both sides do what they do because it's how they get elected, number one. And number two, there are some people in Congress that, for lack of a better term, can't shut up. And they know what they're saying is inflammatory and they don't care. And yes, that may start with Donald Trump. I'm not going to dispute that. But so many of these people who say, well, you know, this Trump guy and that Trump guy, and they're not wrong in some cases, but listen to what comes out of their mouths as well. And it goes back and forth and back and forth, and you can poke the bear only so many times when the bear is going to bite back at you, and you may be ready for that, and you may not be. Now, case in point, there's a story today in the Hartford Courant. The Department of Homeland Security is targeting a Connecticut congressman for criticizing ICE. He says he's not going to back down. Now, who is that member of Congress? It's the 1st District incumbent Democrat John Larson. Now, again, he says he's not going to back down. And, you know, that's good for him. We all have freedom of speech, especially if lawmakers, and I get that. But I'm going to play you what he said. And you tell me if this is a lead or any sort of a good example telling people on both sides of the aisle, hey, calm down. John Larson, who recently called on Congress to pass the No Secret Police Act, which would require ICE agents to identify themselves and prohibit them from wearing masks, and the Protecting Sensitive Locations Act to prevent ICE raids at schools, hospitals, courthouses, and places of worship, is shown in a recent video. Now, with all due respect, and just to be upfront, this video did not come, I believe, since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This video is from, I think, late August. But he shouts. Now, this is a sitting member of Congress, all right? And he's free to shout this. I get this. I understand it. But he has said here he's not going to back down. So instead of reasoned discussion, the anti-Trump people, and yes, I will be partisan there because it's one of the things they have there, they have this fixation with Nazi Germany. And how many times do you think will a person, be it a president or a CEO or a family member, how many times you think they will stand there and tell you and accuse you of being Hitler and a Nazi before they do something back to you that you may deem unsavory? I don't know, pulling stand-up comics off the air, threatening broadcast licenses. And no, I'm not justifying any of that. But again, the same people who say, hey, you know, the White House has to tone it down, which I don't doubt, I fully believe it does. Well, but they feel they can say anything? This is John Larson a few weeks ago. I think it was in late August, and he was at a rally to say, hey, why do ICE agents have masks on? The reason they have masks on is they don't want to be doxxed, and doxing is putting up a picture of somebody saying, hey, they live at this address. They may have wife and kids. We know where you are. But this is the side of the aisle now that is saying, hey, you need to tone it down.
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourselves.
Come on. Could we please stop with the Germany stuff? What is it with you people? Like Bill Maher said last week, stop with the Germany stuff. You sound like fools. Is that the only way you can criticize Donald Trump? And Lord knows, there's enough there for criticism, but could you please stow away this crap?
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourself.
Oh, my God. The Germany illusions here. Is that all you have? And let me ask you people, John Larson and all you people on the other side of the aisle, do you think, now I'm assuming you have, some sort of sufficient oxygen in brain and blood and oxygen saturation to your brain. Hope your O2 level is about at 97 or 98% where it should be for a functioning individual. Do you honestly think that the members of the cabinet, the members of the Republican Party, and the members of the Democratic Party, if Donald Trump turns into, quote unquote, Hitler, do you really think that everybody's going to sit around and allow this to happen? But again, you have sitting members of Congress like John Larson from the 1st District saying moronic things like this.
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourself.
Ah, shut up. I probably shouldn't have. I mean, okay, like Trump. I get it. But the Germany and the Hitler, well, it looks like Hitler. No, it doesn't. Stop it. I mean, my God, and like everybody would sit around and just not do anything about it? Come on. Bill Maher said, quote, Trump went out to dinner and people started to gather around him chanting, "You're the Hitler of our time." He's not Hitler. And calling somebody Hitler just makes it a lot easier to justify things like assassination. Let's put that SH away. And he's right. How is it that a stand-up comic, essentially, he's done some acting and stuff, how is it that a stand-up comic like Bill Maher, who's certainly no friend of Republicans, is smarter than hearing this?
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourself.
Oh, don't say it. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. And that's John Larson, a sitting member of Congress from Connecticut, who is of the party, saying, well, that Trump, okay, all right. So shouldn't you be a little bit more articulate about that? Or is John Larson just showing what I'm telling you, and you probably realize that this is not going to end. This is not going to. They've been doing this to Trump, whether you like him or not. They don't know anything else right now. It's been 10 years since he came down the golden staircase with Melania and who else in 2015. It's all they have. It's all they have. So if you think that this is suddenly going to become kumbaya and herb tea, it ain't. Because you know what? The party out of power in D.C. and the party in power in Hartford doesn't want it to. Because if it cooled down, they can't run on anything. So we start out with our question of the day. Do you expect calmer, less hostile political rhetoric in the wake of the Kirk assassination, or will things just grow more heated? Is everybody just BSing each other? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect moderate UV levels with a max UV index of 5. Air quality will be fair with an AQI near 45. Expect ideal conditions for the beach or pool with no rain in sight. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Forest Hills Milford, a brand new 55-plus community offering luxury rental units nestled on the north side of Milford, conveniently off the Merritt Exit 55, close to Milford's harbor, beaches, hiking, golfing, shopping, and more. Forest Hills Milford, now leasing gorgeous, spacious units with high-end appliances and finishes, reserved garages with storage units, fitness centers, clubhouse, and even a dog park. Check out Forest Hills Milford and elevate your lifestyle. See foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to set up a tour. That's foresthillsmilford.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a bit easier. Route 8 northbound roadwork, exits 14 through 17. Right lane is out. And on 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 14 through 12. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
You know, when Donald Trump first was elected, 2016, a couple of months after that, I remember reading an article, and I think it was in Rolling Stone magazine. And I think, God, I read so much. I think it was by Matt Taibbi. Remember his father, Mike Taibbi, was a New York TV news guy, Boston TV news guy. And Matt Taibbi has done a lot of writing. He's kind of a counterculture journalist. But I'll never forget this. And it was a long, involved article about what he thought of the Russian collusion thing at the time. And this always stuck with me in light of what's happened over the past 10 years. I believe Matt Taibbi, and please, I'm paraphrasing off my memory here, but he said something like the following. He said, you know, if you're going to go after Trump on the Trump-Russia thing or the Russian collusion thing, he said, you better be right. You'd better have irrefutable evidence, which they didn't. That Steele dossier turned out to be garbage, but he knows it. Funneled by the Clintons through a law firm, but we won't go there. And Taibbi goes, because if you screw this up, and knowing Trump's personality, he will take this personally and go after everyone and anyone for the rest of his life. And he is. Now, I know what you're going to be saying. Well, you know, he should put himself above that. Okay, yeah, but I mean, the guy got elected again, and we're still with the Hitler, and we're still with the Goebbels, and we're still with the Gestapo. And you know what? Whether you like Trump or not, or whether a president is a Democrat or Republican, You can only kick somebody and those supporters of somebody so many times, and eventually they're going to snap. You know people like this you work with. You know people in your lives. You know people in your personal lives. So I find it richly funny that, you've got, and I've got that other montage I may play today or get to it maybe next week again, that came out a couple of years ago of, 20 or 30 prominent Democrats calling Trump a fascist. Okay, do they still want to elevate the political discourse? Because I'm all for that. But here's the thing. They won't and they can't because they have nothing else. So again, I sincerely hope that we can elevate ourselves here, but it's going to be, trust me, kids, this is going to be at least another 10 years. Because, look, the Republicans have gone through their metamorphosis here of MAGA. The Democrats are just starting it right now. And it's going to take 4 or 8 years or more before that shakes itself out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul in Trumbull is here to lead us off. Paul, how are you?
Hi. Good afternoon. The sad thing about it is we got a president that's so thin-skinned that he can't take any criticism. He got rid of what's-his-name the other day. Disney didn't want to have Trump against them, so they got everyone together, and they pulled him off of ABC. Colbert is going to be gone next year, and now yesterday he went after Jimmy Fallon, and I forget the name of the other late night person. They're going to end up being gone too. Also, I mean, the basis of what the United States is about is they have you are supposed to have the right to criticize the president and
Paul, do you think Paul, do you think calling somebody Hitler for 10 years is a little much? And I'm not saying people can't do it, but do you think for 10 years, Paul, even when he was out of office, of referring to somebody as Hitler and referring to his administration as Gestapo, do you think that's a little much?
Well, here's the whole thing. The way he goes about crushing all criticism, if someone says something that he doesn't like and he's in a position of power, Trump fires him. He can't stand any criticism.
Do you think it's a little much to be aligned with somebody who killed millions of people? Simple question, Paul. Yes or no?
You can't align him with Hitler. I understand that. Hitler did a lot of.
That's my only point, Paul. I do have to run, Paul. Thank you. And listen, I'm not saying don't criticize Donald Trump. I'm not. And I agree with Paul on that. Lord knows he does stuff that is roundly ripe for criticism. And people have been doing it. God bless them for 10 years. But the Trump and the Hitler and the Gestapo, enough. After a while, enough. And we have a sitting member of Congress saying this?
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourself.
How embarrassing, Congressman. How embarrassing.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is a bit easier. Route 8 northbound roadwork, exits 14 through 17. Right lane is out. And on 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 14 through 12. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Neal, CEO of Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Thank you to our wonderful community partner, Goodwill of Western and Northern Connecticut, who believe community relief efforts lead to employment success. Now through September 22nd, please consider shopping at Goodwill and round up your purchase to help Bridgeport Rescue Mission feed more people and get our mobile kitchen back on the road. 100% of Roundup proceeds will help fuel our efforts to leave no neighbor hungry. Please visit BridgeportRescueMissionCT.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Senate has just rejected competing Republican and Democratic stopgap measures to fund the government. That increases the risk of a partial government shutdown on October 1st. Earlier today, the House passed a funding bill without Democratic support. A trade agreement and a deal to allow TikTok to continue operating in the U.S. were on the agenda when President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke on the phone this morning. Here's CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
This trade relationship, it is one of the most important in the world. You have two of the biggest economies here, and at the heart of this is the president wanting China to buy more from the U.S.
There was a confrontation between ICE agents and dozens of protesters this morning at an ICE building near Chicago. CBS's Darius Johnson was there.
They are just deploying anything that they can to try to get the protesters out of the way.
Authorities used a chemical agent to disperse those protesters. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut Siting Council has officially decided to push a vote on the installation of electric monopoles through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The decision comes at the urging of Governor Ned Lamont, who met with United Illuminating today to discuss changing the terms of the current proposal.
Yes, as you know, the Siting Council is an independent body, so they can do their own thing. But we talked to United Illuminating. They said they would not object to a pause. I called on the Siting Council to give us a little bit of time, get Fairfield to get a little bit of time, look and see if there are any credible alternatives that make sure that we still have capacity and reliability in the transmission system, but a better way to do it.
State and local officials have been pushing for the power lines to be placed underground instead of using the 195-foot monopoles, and Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale has raised questions about UI's proposed price.
$25.1 million to underground the lines in towns like Stamford, yet we're getting quoted $100 million to bury the lines through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The numbers don't add up.
A date has been set for a special election between Vitale and State Senator Tony Wong. The election will determine who will assume the duties of First Selectman, a position which Vitale has held since the recent passing of Bill Gerber. Senator Wong was outspoken in his wish for the election to be held sooner rather than later.
And I believe that the most prudent and most economic date needs to be November 4th.
Unfortunately for Senator Wong, the Board of Selectmen have determined that the date of the election will be February 3rd of 2026. A motorcycle rider has injuries after a crash with a vehicle in Derby. Police responded to the crash yesterday afternoon in the area of Seymour and Atwater Avenues. The rider was taken to the hospital for treatment of a head injury, and no further information has been released about their condition. The crash is being investigated by Derby police. A pedestrian has avoided serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle on the Boston Post Road in Milford. The incident was reported yesterday in front of the ShopRite supermarket. The victim was reported to be conscious at the scene and was transported to the hospital for treatment. Police have not announced any charges against the driver who struck the pedestrian. Connecticut has joined several other northeastern states in establishing a regional public health collaborative. The group of states will make their own recommendations and provide guidance on vaccines and other public health matters impacting the region. The other states in the collaborative are Maine, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says it's important that the region have a credible group making public comments about health and vaccinations. This follows Connecticut's recent issuing of new guidelines that differ from the CDC in regards to vaccines.
Listen to the science. Follow the science. I went to college with Bobby Kennedy, and neither of us majored in science, but I listen to the scientists.
Pratt & Whitney has been awarded a $670 million contract modification to produce more jet engines for F-35 fighter jets. Nearly all of the work on the Department of War contract will be performed at the Pratt headquarters in East Hartford. The project is expected to be complete by the end of 2028. Senator Richard Blumenthal says the contract modification is a huge win for the talented machinists at Pratt & Whitney and for the national defense. And state Republicans held a news conference yesterday regarding the potential use of the state's pension fund to help keep the Connecticut Sun in Connecticut. At a previous press conference, Governor Ned Lamont and State Treasurer Eric Russell recently discussed the potential use of those funds.
What we would be looking at is something, if this is where we landed, that would be in the benefit of pensioners. That is my priority as treasurer.
However, House Republican leader Vin Candelora says that not enough details of that plan have been provided.
We think it is an unprecedented move. We think it deserves answers to our questions. And so we are calling on the governor to be transparent with what this proposal looks like, what has actually been submitted to the WNBA.
And State Senate leader Steve Harding went on to say that the administration's use of taxpayer funds was alarming.
There needs to be structure and fiscal responsibility and a level of respect for taxpayer money and for public employees' money. And it seems like the way that this administration handles both is alarming, to say the very least.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a bit easier. Route 8 northbound roadwork, exits 14 through 17. Right lane is out. And on 91 southbound, more roadwork, exits 14 through 12. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm telling you, don't get your hopes up. We're not going to be anywhere near Kumbaya. We're not going to be rubbing each other's shoulders. We're not going to have warm tea. We're not going to have a biscuit or a crumpet. If anything, the rhetoric is going to get worse in the wake of the Charlie Kirk thing. His tragic assassination, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. This happened a couple of weeks before the Charlie Kirk assassination here. And this was from a Connecticut member of Congress, John Larson, who I guess was at a protest that was protesting ICE. And listen, you can protest ICE, but please, I am begging you, all right? Stop the allusions to Nazi Germany.
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourself.
But it continues now. Just a couple of days ago, in Congress. Now, again, the reason I'm playing this for you folks is to show you how many people are full of crap, okay? There was an exchange in Congress. This made a little bit of news, right? But I'm going to play. It's a minute and change here. This is in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination when everybody is saying, oh, we need to calm down. Well, no. Guess which side doesn't want to calm down? And guess which side is continuing to use the Hitler references. Stop it. This is Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan going at it with the Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida. Ms. Tlaib is, I believe, Palestinian. Mr. Donalds is African-American. So she invokes what's going on now in D.C. in the federal crime crackdown. She figures, hey, let me draw an asinine allusion to that and slavery, which didn't sit too well with Mr. Donalds, a proud African-American man. And then she brings in the F word. No, not that F word, fascist. Folks, I'm telling you, a memo went out to every Democratic member of Congress. I'm almost positive of this. And they're telling their people, anytime you can, mention Hitler, mention Gestapo, mention fascist. I'm telling you.
Was one out of black regards to, but I think it's important, Mr. Chair, just like in D.C., Home Rule was one out of black freedom struggle.
Here we go.
The fight for civil rights.
Here we go.
We can't be passive right now. So nobody over there should take anything we say serious, like so.
Oh, by the way, yeah. By the way, did you hear what she said? Oh, anybody over there? Yeah, don't take anything we say so seriously. Even though we're invoking slavery and aligning that with crime in D.C., and we're going to mention fascism. But come on, you Republicans, don't take it so personally. My God, what's wrong with you?
So nobody over there should take anything we say serious, so personally, as if we're attacking them. No, we're attacking a process, not attacking people here.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's really important. We need to stand up against this.
Here we go.
Fascist takeover. That's not a bad word.
Yes, it is.
Fact. And
yes, it is. Oh, there it is. I'll give it to you again because it's fascist, but it's not a bad word. No. I said the F word, fascist, but come on, just relax.
Here in D.C. and across the country, it is so incredibly important, Mr. Chair, that this committee does not allow rhetoric that defames or
Wait a minute. She's there asking the committee chair, hey, let's not get caught up in rhetoric, but I'll use the term fascist.
Not attacking people here. And I think it's really important. We need to stand up against this fascist takeover. That's not a bad word. It's a fact. And here in D.C. and across the country, it is so incredibly important, Mr. Chair, that this committee does not allow rhetoric.
Here we go.
That defames and or
There you go.
paints Washington, D.C. in a way
There you go.
that you all haven't really truly seen. You're just reading it. No, you're just reading it or something off of some.
Will the gentlelady yield to a...
Yeah, because fewer carjackings is a bad thing, Congresswoman. Now, Congressman Donald steps up. He goes, we ain't doing that here.
Question?
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Will the gentlelady
No, I don't
yield?
yield. I don't even have time. I can tell you.
Your time's expired.
It is expired, but
Mr.
Mr. Chair, but you all live
like
here,
Mr.
and
Lee.
you're not telling people the beautiful parts that you do see in our nation's capital. And no, it's just wrong how we're doing it.
Here we go.
Chairman, I think it's insane that the
But you're
gentlelady
gonna
doesn't
look
have
at
an
the
argument, but she's going to
Washington
refer
as a
to
bunch of
me and some of my
criminals.
colleagues.
Mr. Chair,
We were from the
you know
Third
that.
Reich. This is
You're gonna
insane.
look at 14,
It's insane.
15-year-olds as
It's
a bunch of
insane.
criminals?
It's insane.
No,
Do
you're
I look like a
not.
member of the Third Reich to you, Ms. Tlaib?
Please,
Is that what I look like to you?
You're the one taking your voting
Is that what you think?
Giving it
Is that
to
what you
somebody.
think?
Giving
Is
it
that
to
what you
cops.
think?
No, that's unethical.
I think it's radical and I think it's insane. And I'll respect everything that you say. But to say something like that to myself and a lot of my colleagues is way out of line. It's way out of line. It's way out of line.
Regular order.
Way out of line.
Regular order.
That's okay. But it's okay, right?
That is not how it
It's
goes.
okay, right?
You hold yourself accountable before you talk about
Hold
Washington,
myself
D.C.
accountable.
Washington, D.C.
Hold your
out
own
of your
self
mouth.
accountable. How
Keep
about
it out of
that?
your mouth.
Hold your own self accountable. How about that?
Free D.C. and make sure you vote with your own voting card. Don't be giving it to somebody else.
But remember, we have to tone it down. We have to, we have to tone it down.
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourself.
And Rashida Tlaib said, "Hey, let's not get caught up in words here, but let's not get caught up in all those words, but fascist."
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays through Longworth and West Haven. And on Route 8 northbound, residual delays through Derby and Seymour from earlier road work. Traffic report powered by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
You see, the problem is it's not the average Joe or Mary Democrat or the average Joe or Mary Republican. It's the morons that some of us elect. I mean, that, and I'll play that again later. I could never play that back to back. It's and people are going to be like pitching lunch into their car steering wheel if they hear that again. But Rashida Tlaib saying, and I love in that clip how she said, she actually says this. I'll play it again later. Let's not get tied up in Mr. Chairman, let's not get tied up in words and verbiage and language. But, fascist. I mean, come on. What are you, snorting something? 1 second, she says, well, I don't want to get personal here. But free D.C. from the fascists. Come on. But this is why the temperature is the way it is. Because for at least one side, and that trickles down to here in Connecticut, too. We're already seeing that in the governor's race for next year. With Messrs. Looney and Bob Duff and some of the other leaders in Hartford. Ryan Fazio voted for Donald Trump. Yeah, so what? He won. Well, Aaron Stewart said she proudly voted for Donald Trump. Yeah, and? Who do you think she's going to vote for? Here's the problem. They have no platform. If Donald Trump is so unctuous and odious and egregious, then what is your alternative? Instead of having somebody like cackling there, like Rashida Tlaib, screaming at Byron Donalds that him and the Republicans there are like Nazi Germany. What in the hell is wrong with you, woman? Dear God, yeah, our politics are screwed up because everything now is we hate Trump. All right, you hate Trump. We got it. Understood. Move the conga line up. What's next? I have a friend of mine who always says that when he's done with an argument and he thinks he's made his point. That's it. I'm done. What's next? Sometimes it makes me laugh. Sometimes it incenses me, but we all laugh about it in the end. Man, oh man, stop with the Nazi Germany thing. Trust me, a lot more people will have their alarms going off and their eyeballs ringing up in their heads, rolling in their heads, if everything gets to a Nazi Germany level here. Let's pump the brakes on that. But that's all they've had since 2015. And after a while, the candidate, him or herself, doesn't have to get angry. The voters get angry. I mean, yeah, sure, Trump and his minions in D.C., they're all angry too, but you don't think the 70-something million people that voted for him now aren't sufficiently PO'd at their neighbors or their churchgoers that they want to throw their hands up and say, enough. Well, see, you voted for him. See. All right, I got it. I understand it. Enough. Let people deal with their votes internally as to what they did, or maybe they regret it, or maybe they don't, or maybe they love it even more. What is your side going to do? You can call me right now and offer up a Democratic platform. Go ahead. And they better be worried, too. I read those new poll numbers the other day, and I'm sure that trickles down here to Connecticut as well. What, 42 or 44% of Democrats have a favorable, only 44% have a favorable view of capitalism? Oh, boy, let me tell you something. If that Gallup poll is anywhere near accurate, not even on the button accurate, but if that 44% number is anywhere near accurate, and you guys and gals are going to, send candidates out to voice that opinion and try to get votes, oh, brother, are you in for even more rough going? Because you have to understand, in about a year and change after the midterms next year, Trump is a moot point. Because the Republicans will either still control one or both houses of Congress, or Trump will be a lame duck, and that'll be it. Now, his specter is still going to be over the party. But again, if you folks are going to tone it down and stop the, the quote-unquote Nazi rhetoric, well, you probably want to do that. And you probably want to tell, I don't know, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, who says, what, me? You use or even make a reference to Hitler and Nazis? Governor, have you ever done that before knowingly, lumping Republicans in with Nazis and the Nazi Party and fascist Germany?
That is completely false. I have never called Republicans Nazis.
Everything that he has done has been tearing down constitutional democracy. And that's what happened in Nazi Germany. It doesn't take very long to tear apart a constitutional republic. Indeed, the Nazis did it in 53 days. And our democracy is almost as fragile. And we're seeing it right now. The dangers that we saw in Nazi Germany, especially in the earliest days of Nazi Germany, are the dangers that we need to react to now. If we don't, things will get much, much worse. And so we've got to raise alarm bells to everybody. It's a 5-alarm fire, everyone.
All right. Well, there you go. Just saying. Now, again, to be fair, that was not recently, but that is still J.B. Pritzker, who runs the state of Illinois. I'll give him that. Very rich family. I'll give him that. But please, the only reason I'm playing these clips for you folks, and I know some of you were cheering this and some of you were laughing and some of you were probably angry at me, but, one thing that drives me nuts is hypocrisy. Oh, God, we have to tone it down, but we'll still use all the Hitler references. And you can only make a charge like that so many times. And one of two things happens. Either the person or the party or the body you're making that charge against lashes out, and or voters look at you and say, enough, we get it, enough. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, do they have the freedom to say that? Of course they do. Of course they do, but why not? See, they think that's enough just to win power back. Maybe it is. I don't know. But my whole exercise here in hour number one is if we're going to tamp down the rhetoric, which of course is a good thing. Nothing wrong with lighter, more civil rhetoric. But you know what? That's got to be a policy for everybody. It does, honestly. Not just for the select few who stand in back of and command microphones. Right here, traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway. Slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays through Longworth and West Haven. And on Route 8 northbound, residual delays through Derby and Seymour from earlier road work. Traffic report powered by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Wednesday, September 24th, Sister Hazel, and Thursday, September 25th, the band Perry both play the Big E. Saturday, September 27th, you have a choice: Joe at College Street Music Hall or Train at the Big E. Sunday, September 28th, the Spin Doctors play Harbor Park in Middletown. Monday, September 29th, Natasha Bedingfield performs at Toad's Place. Tuesday, September 30th, it's 21 Pilots at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Thursday, October 2nd, see a flock of seagulls at Fairfield Theater Company. Friday, October 3rd, Flo Rida, and Saturday, October 4th, T-Pain, both at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Friday, October 10th, Casey and the Sunshine Band are at the Palace Theater in Stamford. And Sunday, October 12th, see Borns at Toad's Place in New Haven.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Where we do not ever accuse people of being part of Nazi Germany, fascism, or Gestapo. We don't do that. We don't, like I say, we don't throw around terms and accusations like that, like you're, grabbing a handful of Skittles out of the bag here. Andy is here this afternoon. Andy, how are you, sir? Before news, what's up? Yeah.
Trump could be hard to take. I mean, we all know that.
Oh, yeah.
But have they forgotten the cackling alternative?
Well,
who's now launching a book tour to capitalize on her true confessions about the vegetable that they voted in over Trump the last time?
And throwing Tim Walz under the bus and Pete Buttigieg and everybody. Oh, my God.
What do they have now? Jasmine Crockett and the nut from California? Paul, you can't make this up.
I know.
If you and I collaborated on like a science, whatever you want to call it, book 10 years ago depicting all this, we would have still been locked up somewhere.
They would have. Andy, I got to go for the news. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, they would have looked at us and said, well, really? You guys? You're kidding me, right? Yeah. Yeah. And if you don't know what I was mentioning there, folks, I did mention it yesterday. Kamala Harris has written, get your verbs right, Paul, conjugate, has written a book. God bless her. Listen, let her make money on it. That's not the point. But she basically, I am shocked she said this. She thought, as I always remember, and people laughed at me, I said, Pete Buttigieg is a bright guy. He's very good on television. He is good at breaking down policy, but is America ready for an openly gay chief executive or a vice president? Now, she elaborates on that in the book, which I give her credit for being honest about. But really, if you're Tim Walz, then how do you feel? And even if you're Pete Buttigieg, and Buttigieg kind of reacted to this yesterday, he kind of gave her a little bit of a malocchio there in his response. Essentially, she said, hey, I thought Pete would have been good, but, the guy's gay, and I don't know, I'm a mixed-race person, he's gay, so where's Waltz?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Wall Street liked what it heard about President Trump's phone call with Chinese leader Xi Jinping this morning. The president said the call was productive. CBS's Nancy Cordes at the White House says the two men talked about trade and the sale of TikTok.
The president still hasn't revealed any details about who exactly would be buying TikTok, whether they'd be buying all of it, whether they need to create a new algorithm. All those details are still up in the air, but the president claims that they are moving in that direction. He also said that he might be traveling to China to meet with Xi Jinping sometime next year.
The president also said Xi would come to the U.S. Democratic and Republican versions of a bill to keep the government funded past October 1st have failed in the Senate, leaving Minority Leader Chuck Schumer fuming.
We have only a week left. We're saying clearly, let's sit down, let's figure this out. But Republicans have now left town with no sign they want to avoid a shutdown.
The failure of the continuing resolution in the Senate does increase the chance of a partial shutdown. Tens of thousands of people are expected to travel to Glendale, Arizona this weekend to pay their respects to conservative activist Charlie Kirk. CBS's Andres Gutierrez says the president and vice president will speak at the memorial.
Turning Point USA, the organization Kirk founded, says more names will be announced leading up to the service. Now, State Farm Stadium can hold more than 60,000 people, but organizers are also opening an overflow venue next door at Desert Diamond Arena to help manage the large crowds they're expecting.
CBS News has seen a memo sent to state and local police that says federal law enforcement agencies are, quote, tracking several threats of unknown credibility against people planning to attend Sunday's tribute. The man prosecutors say spent weeks plotting to kill President Trump a year ago at his country club in West Palm Beach is preparing to present his defense on this, the 7th day of his trial.
Ryan Ruth is representing himself. He's expected to present his own witnesses. Last September, Secret Service agents fired at Ruth as he was allegedly hiding in bushes and pointing a rifle at Trump at his West Palm Beach golf course. While cross-examining an investigator, Ruth said he never fired a shot and had no intention of shooting Trump. His daughter, Sarah, has been attending the trial every day.
He's never wronged anybody. He's always been devoted to helping other people, and he doesn't understand why there's not more support.
If convicted, Ruth could face life in prison. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Estonia says 3 Russian fighter jets entered its airspace without permission today in an incursion that lasted 12 minutes. It's the 5th time this year Russia has violated Estonian airspace. The Dow is up about 1/3% at this hour. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Investigators are in the process of wrapping up a probe of whether or not 3 Bridgeport police officers were justified in a shooting in Ansonia in 2024. The incident occurred in February of 2024 when Bridgeport officers were involved in a chase through several towns with 41-year-old Jonathan Mark Lewis Bell, which ended in Ansonia, culminating in the 3 officers, Sergeant Christopher Robinson and officers Matthew Hoffman and Wilberto Rivera Colon, shooting Bell, who was unarmed. Then State Inspector General Robert Devlin found insufficient evidence to charge the officers, but did identify a host of problems that he deemed questionable. The Municipal Law Department says the full report should be available in the next week or two. A motorcycle rider has injuries after a crash with a vehicle in Derby. Police responded to the crash yesterday afternoon in the area of Seymour and Atwater Avenues. The rider was taken to the hospital for treatment of a head injury, and no further information has been released about their condition. The crash is being investigated by Derby police. A pedestrian has avoided serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle on the Boston Post Road in Milford. The incident was reported yesterday in front of the ShopRite supermarket. The victim was reported to be conscious at the scene and was transported to the hospital for treatment. Police have not announced any charges against the driver who struck the pedestrian. And state Republicans held a news conference yesterday regarding the potential use of the state's pension fund to help keep the Connecticut Sun in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont and State Treasurer Eric Russell recently discussed the potential use of those funds at a news conference.
What we would be looking at is something, if this is where we landed, that would be in the benefit of pensioners. That is my priority as treasurer.
However, House Republican leader Vin Candelora says that not enough details of that plan have been provided.
We think it is an unprecedented move. We think it deserves answers to our questions. And so we are calling on the governor to be transparent with what this proposal looks like, what has actually been submitted to the WNBA.
And Senate Republican leader Steve Harding went on to say that the administration's use of taxpayer funds was alarming.
There needs to be structure and fiscal responsibility and a level of respect for taxpayer money and for public employees' money. And it seems like the way that this administration handles both is alarming, to say the very least.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, for an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. And out of New Haven on 95, southbound side, plenty of company coming out of Long Wharf going through West Haven. And on the northbound side, just busy through Milford. Route 8 north and southbound, residual delays in Seymour and in Derby from earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up later on in the hour, our pal Mark Fitch from the Connecticut Inside Investigator. You may have heard in the news here on WICC, and I mentioned it earlier, Marissa Gillette is out as the chair of PURA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. Now, nobody knows if this quote-unquote resignation may have been a kind of, the governor telling Marissa Gillette, why don't you resign instead of me having to fire you? And again, nobody knows anything about this now. We may never know this. But again, there's no love lost between Marissa Gillette and Avangrid and UI and Eversource and Republicans in Hartford who wonder why, you had a couple of appointees, one that would have been a Republican knocked down or not staffed on PURA, which is not operating at full capacity. It hasn't been for a few years here now. And again, there was this big tie-in as to whether Marissa Gillette had colluded with a couple of legislators on an op-ed that was attacking. It's just a mess. Understand something, and we'll get into this with Mark Fitch later. With all due respect, I've never met the woman. I know she's been on other programs here on the radio station, but if you took a detached view of everything that went on in and around PURA during the later part of Ms. Gillette's tenure, there's a lot of people saying, missing emails, missing text messages, stuff that wasn't supposed to be there supposedly, and then they found out in court it was. You kind of get the impression that heading into an election year, I'm just saying, this is all alleged, but you kind of get the impression that heading into an election year, maybe His Excellency Edward M. Lamont, the Nedster, maybe the governor said, hey, Marissa, with all due respect, whatever. So our pal Mark Fitch, who's been following this soap opera for like the past 5 or 6 years, Mark will join us after the news at about 3:40 or so. Now, till then, open phones at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, our question of the day, and I think I know what the answer is to this, but I felt I just wanted to put it up there because everybody is heading into this kumbaya period of supposedly, much more grace in how we talk about politics and whatever. And I understand. People are too into it now. And you may say, well, that's rich, Paul. You talk about it 4 hours a day. Well, yeah, it's what I get paid to do. But I think part of what I do here is bring kind of a cold reality here and understand that, about 80 or 85 or 90% of the country can be normal here and go on with our lives. And my God, not divorce people from your lives because of politics. Are you crazy? And I hear this all the time. And it's sad. Well, I kind of don't talk to somebody anymore because about politics. Really? Really? And is that going to matter when you're dead? None of this is going to, our politics is not going to matter a hill of beans when we're all dead. So get over it. And for the 5% on the far right who are never happy, shut up. And for the 5% of people on the far left who are never happy, guess what? you shut up either. Or as my tribe likes to say, stop the Z, the ufa manaj. But no, we're not going to have a graceful tamping down of the political rhetoric here, especially when one side, and I'll play these clips again later, when he got John Larson a couple of weeks ago talking about Gestapo this and Nazi Germany that, and he got Rashida Tlaib yelling at a black Republican, Byron Donalds from Florida, and screaming, "Free D.C." and saying, and I'll play this later in case you missed it. You got to hear this. And Rashida Tlaib saying, hey, let's not get tied up in labels, but you're all fascists. What? Come on. It's just mind numbing. It's mind numbing. I feel better. Matt in Fairfield's here. Matt, how are you? Good afternoon.
Do you do? Happy Friday.
Yes.
Paul, you're talking a lot about really disappointing stuff going on at a high level in Washington, D.C., and I heard news come across on your station today that just so disappoints me on a local level.
Yeah.
We know that there has been they have gone forward to have a special election for the new first selectman in town.
Yeah, in Fairfield. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I heard through the news.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be until February of next year.
Yeah.
And I said to myself, I read somewhere that a special election, aside and apart from the November 4, is going to cost the town taxpayers somewhere it's upwards of $40,000. And I would think that Town Hall could find a way to piggyback that election on November 4 to save the taxpayers that money. And I can only assume that it's more political backbiting that's resulting in this cost to the taxpayers.
Matt, I don't know. I did see that yesterday when somebody said, somebody messaged me on social media, and I'm like, and this person said, did you see when the special election is? And I answered back, well, yeah, or I thought to myself, well, yeah, November, what's election day? No, it's in February. And that was one of the first things, Matt, that I thought about saying, well, why A and B, is it going to cost more money? So, Matt, I don't know what. Now, have you heard, what is the stated reason for that being put out so far? Have you heard?
No. I heard conversation a couple weeks ago that it would do the town well to piggyback it on November 4. And what would stand in the way of that? And, it was just casual conversation on the street.
Yeah.
But what one would think that the powers at Town Hall could come up with a way to piggyback it to save $40,000. And I'm just expecting down the road now that bill's going to come up and they're going to say, oh, well, this cost $40,000 because, the opposition had to have a special election. And I can't imagine that there's any real good reason not to have it on November 4th.
I don't know.
I'm really curious to find out.
All right, listen, Matt. Thank you for the call, and I'll tug on some ears and see what I can do there. I do have a couple of contacts in town, but we'll see. Yeah, I guess if you are a candidate in said election, I'm not picking either side here. I don't live in Fairfield. As we get closer, may get into it a little more. But having said that, I guess if you're a candidate, the more time you have to make your case, the more time you have to reach voters, the more time you have maybe to canvass and to spend money on advertising and getting your message out there, maybe the more time, the better.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents the musical Little Women, September 19th through 28th. This heartfelt adaptation of Louisa May Alcott's beloved novel follows the adventures of the four March sisters, Jo, Meg, Beth, and Amy, as they grow up during the Civil War. The show explores love, family, and finding one's voice through emotion and the powerful soundtrack of the show. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Progressive's teen driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's teen driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound for an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford and out of New Haven on 95 southbound side. Plenty of company coming out of Long Wharf going through West Haven, and on the northbound side just busy through Milford. Route 8 north and southbound residual delays in Seymour and in Derby from earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, now as to our previous caller, why is the special election coming up in the town of Fairfield? Why is it not on Election Day, and why is it instead in early February? So there is a story on this in one of the Hearst sites, the Connecticut Insider. That story was updated today by Shanice Holmes Brown, Fairfield Board of Selectmen, picking a special election date and a vote. All right. Now, Christine Vitale, the first selectman now, said the town clerk and the town attorney contacted the Secretary of the State for guidance on setting the date of the election. Now, in a statement, Tony Wong said he would have preferred for that special election to coincide with the general election, as our caller just mentioned, which is, of course, Election Day, November 4th. Again, not the governor's race, not the state house or state senate. This is an odd year. So the odd year races for selectmen, mayors, councilors, RTM, boards of aldermen, boards of finance, and all that. Tony saying, quote, while a November 4th date would have been more convenient for voters and less costly, state statutes dictate the timeline for the election. So I guess this has to do with state statutes. The RTC committee chair in Fairfield, Laura Devlin, been on this show numerous times, said she was looking forward to the upcoming election as well. Attorney Philip Perez said the board had a narrow window to work with between January 27th and February 6th, which is 150 days from when the special election was secured. Brenda Kupchik saying, quote, I'll just throw out that just based on this info the town attorney provided, in my opinion, I would go with the last Tuesday available. That gives the public, she said, and the candidates time to share their viewpoints, get out their message, to have whatever debates would happen. The board also, says here in Hearst, discussed picking a date during the school year and agreed that keeping with a Tuesday date was the best option. So there you go. So to our last caller, I guess it's a combination of getting agreement from both sides, what state statutes say, and there and the other. Look, I think, yeah, and there is a cost. I get $40,000, and I guess that cost would be what? Police protection at polling places, likely costs with the town clerks and the registrar's office. And again, if you're going to do this, I would assume it's I may be wrong here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume some of the polling places are schools. Then you're looking at a cost of, a certain amount. I guess it would go by the union contract too, right? The municipal contract as to if a building is open per se for an election or an athletic event or a town or local meeting, right? There's usually mandates in whatever municipal contract a city or town has with, say, a school system and a custodians union, janitors union, whatever, that, hey, if the building's open, there have to be, one and a half people on, or a full-timer and a part-timer, or two full-timers till 8 or 9 o'clock. You know how that all works. That's probably where the cost comes in. But listen, if I'm the candidates here in Fairfield, maybe it's not such a bad idea to have it a bit further out. You're past the holidays. You're past the regular municipal elections, although, Tony said he preferred it then. But listen, maybe there will be a reason. I would like to see. Now, for example, it's going to be interesting to see on, reflecting what the average would have been, say, or what the average is for a usual regulatory cycle of elections in Fairfield versus this one. So, in other words, what's the usual first selectman turnout for such a election in Fairfield usually? And I'd like to see how that maybe compares and contrasts with something that's going to happen now in the first week of February. All right, there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, we'll give you some of the answers to our question of the day, but if you'd like to chime in and let us know what you think, we are asking a simple question that everybody seems to be hooked into, but easier said than done. And, of course, we're talking here about maybe, possibly toning things down. Don't bank on it. Do you expect calmer, less hostile political rhetoric in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination? Yes or no? Or do you think, as I do, it will actually end up growing more heated? Hope not, but, to me, the ones who have the most control on this, on either side of the aisle, are the least likely to hold it down.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound for an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. And out of New Haven on 95 southbound side, plenty of company coming out of Long Wharf going through West Haven. And on the northbound side, just busy through Milford. Route 8 north and southbound, residual delays in Seymour and in Derby from earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Kraus with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out connecticut-made.com and get made.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The House today passed a temporary spending bill to keep the government funded for 7 weeks beyond the October 1st deadline. But the continuing resolution didn't make it out of the Senate. CBS's Torian Small is on Capitol Hill.
Two failed efforts, both the Democratic version of the CR and the Republican version of the CR failed to pass. It's back to the drawing board.
President Trump says he and Chinese leader Xi Jinping made progress on trade and ownership of TikTok during a phone call this morning. CBS's Nancy Cordes has that from the White House.
It sounds like there is still some fine print to be worked out, possibly more than fine print. We simply don't know. And the president still hasn't revealed any details about who exactly would be buying TikTok.
Mudslides have made some communities in Southern California a mess. CBS News Los Angeles reporter Rick Montanez.
Witnesses say a heavy downpour only lasted minutes before the excess overflow began to overtake cars in the parking lot here.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Marissa Gillette, the controversial chair of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, is planning to step down. Governor Ned Lamont announced that Gillette has given him a letter of resignation that will be effective October 10th. Gillette's appointment earlier this year was marked by criticism from state Republicans who accused Democrats of backroom tactics to secure her the position. In a statement, the governor said in part, quote, "On behalf of our state, I am appreciative of her public service and dedication to our state and its ratepayers." Connecticut has joined several other northeastern states in establishing a regional public health collaborative. The group of states will make their own recommendations and provide guidance on vaccines and other public health matters impacting the region. The other states in the collaborative are Maine, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says it's important that the region have a credible group making public comments about health and vaccinations. This follows Connecticut's recent issuing of new guidelines that differ from the CDC in regards to vaccines.
Listen to the science. Follow the science. I went to college with Bobby Kennedy, and neither of us majored in science, but I listen to the scientists.
Ground was broken today on a 15,000 square foot addition to the Greenwich WICA. The two-story building will support services provided by the YWCA at the facility, which has not been expanded since it was constructed in 1969. Officials with the YWCA say it's critical that they modernize and expand the campus to create a more dignified and welcoming space for the community. The state has contributed a $750,000 grant to support renovations and security enhancements. The Connecticut Siting Council has officially decided to push a vote on the installation of electric monopoles through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The decision comes as at the urging of Governor Ned Lamont, who met with United Illuminating today to discuss changing the terms of the current proposal.
Yes, as you know, the Siting Council is an independent body, so they can do their own thing. But we talked to United Illuminating. They said they would not object to a pause. I called on the Siting Council to give us a little bit of time, get Fairfield to get a little bit of time, look and see if there are any credible alternatives that make sure that we still have capacity and reliability on the transmission system, but a better way to do it.
State and local officials have been pushing for the power lines to be placed underground instead of using the 195-foot monopoles, and Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale has raised questions about UI's proposed price.
$25.1 million to underground the lines in towns like Stamford, yet we're getting quoted $100 million to bury the lines through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The numbers don't add up.
A date has been set for a special election between Vitale and State Senator Tony Wong. The election will determine who will assume the duties of First Selectman, a position which Vitale has held since the recent passing of Bill Gerber. Senator Wong was outspoken in his wish for the election to be held sooner rather than later.
And I believe that the most prudent and most economic date needs to be November 4th.
Unfortunately for Senator Wong, the Board of Selectmen have determined that the date of the election will be February 3rd of 2026. And when Stratford students resumed school on August 28th, the length of the school day had increased by 15 minutes. According to a district note, the longer day is, quote, to support instructional time and enhance student learning experiences across the district. According to Acting Superintendent Heather Borges, the 15-minute addition strengthens the district's ability to balance academics, movement, and social-emotional learning. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident between exit 25A and B. Also on Route 8 northbound late running road work going through Ansonia, backing things up over the Coppiter Hole Bridge. Wilbur Cross southbound crawling through Hampton going down into the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound side, you have it as well going back into Woodbridge. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound side over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield with an accident reported near exit 20. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Yeah, 203-333-9422, 333-WIC. So you just heard it there in Chris's news. Again, this whole monopole controversy. Do they bury the lines? Do they put the lines up, these new UI lines, transmission power lines? Do they bury the lines, or do they put them up on these monopoles? You big poles here, 195 feet tall. Wow, that's, and I've seen the artist rendering of them. I mean, they are big. I was talking with somebody here at the station about that earlier today, and we were talking about, the efficacy of burying these power lines or putting them up on the poles. And this person said, and I agreed, this person said, all this stuff has to be explained better. So let's hope now, and I guess there's going to be a 1-month timeout. I guess from what I saw yesterday, the Siding Council tabled it, but now the next vote is coming up, October 15th or 16th or somewhere around there. Well, I would hope that in the interim, now admittedly, I haven't followed this thing with a fine-tooth comb here or a magnifying glass, but I assume, I would think, maybe I'm wrong here, though. You shouldn't assume. I know that. I would think that this has been explained as to why the preferred way would be to put them up on these monopoles versus burying the lines again. And we heard a soundbite there in Chris's news of somebody questioning the cost of burying the lines in one city or town versus the cost of burying the lines in other cities or towns or other sections of Fairfield and Bridgeport or whatever. Well, I would hope that this is going to be explained well enough. And if UI or Avangrid says, well, we did it the first time, we explained it, well, you have to explain it again. And again, as a person here at Connoisseur who's got a little bit of knowledge with this stuff, especially with, high voltage issues and all this, it's not that easy. Now, again, I'm not saying put these poles up and string these high tension wires or high voltage wires up, and because I don't have to live here in Bridgeport or Fairfield and look at it. No, I understand. And there's a safety issue too. We get that. But again, this all leads to my frustration here, and I know a lot of the frustration with other people, that everything, and maybe this is just the nature of the beast per se, but everything here is done kind of piecemeal. And whenever the utilities, be it UI, Avangrid, or Eversource in particular, say, hey, we need to do X, Y, and Z to make sure that the grid is up to snuff and it's able to transport enough electricity for a new generation of, data centers or manufacturing or whatever. Almost every project, and I'm not saying people can't, if they don't like something, of course you have the right to object to it. But this is why we don't have, as many people have called for, we don't have a kind of a common sense strategy here, or a common goal, or a regulated, well-defined plan as to, well, what are we doing here with all these power requirements, and we want these AI centers and these other massive data centers to come in the state. Well, how are we going to get the power there? Again, there have been people for the last few years saying, hey, between EVs, between hybrids, between the data centers, between all this AI stuff that we're going to need massive amounts of power for. We need to seriously, without flinching here, we need to seriously take a look at our power needs in this state, and just in general, step back and say, do we have a coordinated strategy to do this? Because remember, we sit here year in and year out and year in and year out and year in and year out, generally with the second or third highest electric bills in the state. Usually we're second. Usually we trail only Hawaii, and it's not that far off. We're a close 1 and 2. We'll step back and we'll come back here with a discussion as to what is going on with PURA. Yes, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, the chair of that authority, who's been on the radio station before many times, Marissa Gillette, tendering her resignation, which will happen in, I guess, a few weeks. Did she actually resign of her own will? Was she fired? Was she nudged by the governor? We'll talk about that coming up right here on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Tuesday, September 30th at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on September 30th. It's free and open to all high school students and families. ctcollegefair.com. That's ctcollegefair.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident between exit 25A and B. Also on Route 8 northbound late running road work going through Ansonia, backing things up over the Cobbler Hole Bridge. Wilbur Cross southbound crawling through Hampton going down into the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound side you have it as well going back into Woodbridge. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound side over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield with an accident reported near exit 20. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, you have undoubtedly heard the name of Marissa Gillette on this radio station, other stations, on TV, online, in print over the past few years. The chair of what's called PURA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. It's a body of men and women that is designed to deal with the power companies here, the utility companies in general, and has a great deal of sway. In fact, a lot of sway, virtually all in approving or not rate increases. But there has been a good deal of controversy as to the current iteration of the Pura board, including its soon-to-be former head, Marissa Gillette, who today handed in a resignation here. Now, was that resignation, was it pushed a little by the governor? Was she fired, but they made it look that way? Who knows? That'll come trickling out in the next few weeks. This gentleman coming up here now has covered Pura and the ongoing and ensuing controversies for years, it seems here. Mark Fitch, our friend, senior investigative reporter at the Connecticut Inside Investigator. Mark, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, I'm hanging in there, Paul. It's good to be on with you.
Mark, are you surprised at all about this? Because I thought, Mark, when Marissa Gillette was reappointed by the governor, I thought out loud and said, well, okay, he's kind of giving her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's waiting to see what shakes out here, and then he may revisit that decision. What do you think happened here?
Oh, I know exactly what happened. I mean, she got caught, for lack of a better term, lying.
Okay,
this all came out. Yeah, no, along with her chief of staff and along with her general counsel, they had been involved in, the utility companies had sought discovery, seeking particular documents, one of which they all insisted did not exist. And Marissa Gillette even testified under oath before the Legislative Nominations Committee that this particular document did not exist. And lo and behold, out it comes. So during a hearing before the Freedom of Information Commission, was it United Illuminating was seeking this email, and it was an email that basically instructed the other commissioners that they had to go through Gillette's chief of staff in order to have access to the other staff members at Pura. And this kind of fed into the assertion that Gillette had coalesced all the power of Pura pretty much into herself by requiring the other commissioners to have to essentially get permission to work with the staff. And for a long, long time, Pura insisted that this did not exist, that there had never been an email like this, blah, blah. Anyway, they're at this hearing with the Freedom of Information Commission, and one of Pura's own staff members says, yes, this document does exist because I had to talk about it with the other commissioners, and there's a copy floating around out there. Well, they ended up having to produce it. And once that came out, I mean, that news came out yesterday. Her resignation went in today. So they all got caught red-handed, and this time you couldn't sit there and be like, oh, my cell phone accidentally deletes text messages.
My phone ate the text messages.
Yeah, that is actually state business and things like that. Or no, I had too much medication. I can't remember the entire month of December 2024. So they weren't able to get out of it this time. And I think at that point, I mean, given everything that has gotten us to this point with Pura and Gillette, I mean, the House Leader Vincent Candelora was calling for an impeachment hearing. Like this had reached the end at this point. Like once that last document dropped, it was like that there was little room to go anywhere else.
So Mark Fitch, and you've categorized this in your excellent reporting at the Inside Investigator. So brass tacks on this, Mark, was this just a competition? Was this, and I'm kind of asking you to speculate now, but maybe you do, though. Was this Marissa Gillette's ego battling the UI company and Avangrid and Eversource? I mean, was this so contentious that she said, hey, step aside, this is me versus them, and I'm not going to fluff any of this off on the other commissioners here? I mean, why would she do this? Didn't she think she was going to get caught?
No, I don't think she thought she was going to get caught. And I do think that she was specifically brought in to try to bring the utilities to heel and make it appear as if like Connecticut was really taking it to the big bad utility companies.
Yeah.
In the end, all that really happened was our electricity bills skyrocketed.
Yeah, and they have lawyers, and they have lawyers too.
And they have lawyers too. And part of the reason is, she was doing she was signing off on a lot of things on her own.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever been to Pura's website, but like navigating this thing is awful. And like understanding what is going on with all these motions is really, really difficult. I mean, I don't even think I've got a fully grasped understanding of it yet.
Yeah.
And I've been really digging in on this stuff. So, it's a difficult agency to really keep track of, and it kind of operates in the shadows. Nobody ever really paid it much attention until recently, but she has presided over massive increases to the public benefits charges, which Pura approves.
Yeah,
and now we're stuck. We have there's been no rate relief whatsoever as far as electricity prices. They keep going up, and all the while now the utility companies' credit ratings are down, which means it costs more for them to borrow money to do the infrastructure work that supposedly we all want done. It's just become a spiraling mess. And at this point, I feel like it was probably in everybody's best interest that she resigned.
Mark Fitch is the guest following the Pura mess here from the Connecticut Inside Investigator. Not to mention, Mark, this whole mess with did she collude with or with not some members of the General Assembly in writing an op-ed, which she's not supposed to do as the head of an agency like Pura. And is that still out there? Did we ever get a straight answer on that? No, did we?
Well, no, it's still coming because right now the court is. I mean, it's there's motion, time motions for continuance and things like that. But right now the court is considering the request by the utility companies to depose both Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, and to get access to cell phones, emails, things like that. They're requesting a forensic review of Gillette's cell phone because things delete, but they never actually delete.
No, they're around.
If you watch enough true crime, you understand this when it comes to detective work. So all those motions are currently pending, and so I think those are going to be the next things that really drop as to what draft was Steinberg talking about with Gillette, because they've offered up ridiculous examples of what they were including me. Like I had written in, asked some questions, and they're like, oh, here's the draft that we were talking about, and it clearly is not. So I think that's the next thing that's going to drop. And it's so absurd at this point. It is kind of funny.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but no, it is. It is. So, Mark, so the governor now, I mean, he is likely, he hasn't declared yet, he's likely going to be announcing for re-election. This happened on his watch. So now, Mark Fitch, what does he do with Pura? I mean, he's got to find a new boss. Do the commissioners that are on there, the board members, do they stay there? Does he try and reboot this thing? Pura wasn't even operating with a full complement as required by state law. So, the governor's got some decisions here to make, knowing especially he may have to decide, does he get somebody, Mark, who plays a little nicer with the utility companies?
Oh, I mean, yes. I mean, he has to. Now he's got 3 positions to fill because, under legislation that was passed and he agreed to, he was going to be appointing 2 more commissioners. Now he's got to find a third. He's got to find a chairman. And, this happened under his watch, along with, 90 other scandals at this point. It's true. But, so he's got a lot of catching up to do here to get this, Pura board up and running. And you know what? There are other states, like they act like Connecticut is at the end of the world and that we can't get energy, and that's why our energy prices are so high. But our energy prices are higher than Massachusetts, which is right next door, has the same utility provider in Eversource, and has a much better relationship with their utility companies and lower electricity prices. So there's plenty of room for everybody to get along. And Connecticut's really been pushing for a lot of green energy, which is expensive. But to get that green energy done, you have to have cooperation between the regulators and the utility companies that actually put it into motion.
Folks, go to the Connecticut Inside Investigator website, insideinvestigator.org. They have been on this pure mess for years and years and leading the charge, our friend Mark Fitch. Mark, thank you. Appreciate it. I know there's a lot more coming down on this. We'll chat when that happens. Thank you, sir.
Well, Paul, if people go to our webpage, there is a scandals page, and all our Pura stuff is in one page there, so they can take a look.
Excellent, folks. So get some munchies, get a nice adult beverage, cuddle up, go to insideinvestigator.org, click on scandals, and you can read all about Pura. Mark, that is great stuff. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, there you go. Mark Fitch. Folks, I'm telling you, what did Mark Fitch just say? Massachusetts actually knows what they're doing with their utilities. They deal with Eversource, too. They have adults setting their power policy, and they're not wrapped up in all this green energy garbage that's tying us down.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident between exit 25A and B. Also on Route 8 northbound, late running road work going through Ansonia, backing things up over the Copper Hole Bridge. Wilbur Cross southbound, crawling through Hampton, going down into the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound side, you have it as well going back into Woodbridge. Lower Fairfield County 95, northbound side over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield with an accident reported near exit 20. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
So again, folks, insideinvestigator.org. Mark Fitch, his great staff there, a bunch of the writers we've had on the show here, and one of the great micro sites, the smaller sites, doing news in Connecticut. So again, read deeply into this Pura thing. Don't buy the standard line from Marissa Gillette, oh, it was my pleasure, whatever. And the governor's line, oh, she was a great public servant. Listen, she leaves a corrupt agency. And if you don't believe it, read the coverage.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Vaccine advisors chosen by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. have just decided against recommending COVID-19 vaccines for all Americans. Until now, the vaccinations had been routinely provided to just about anyone who wanted one. In a split decision, however, the committee did vote against requiring a prescription for the COVID-19 shot. Authorities used chemical agents and more on dozens of protesters who blocked vehicles from entering or leaving an an ICE facility in suburban Chicago this morning. CBS News Chicago reporter Darius Johnson was there.
The ICE agents were outnumbered at that point by the protesters on the ground. That's when ICE agents on the roof started to shoot off those pepper bullets, those rubber bullets, and those on the ground out here started to throw off that tear gas to try to disperse the crowd at that point.
Evanston Mayor Daniel Bliss was among those who were gassed.
Not only did they come with weapons and violent show of force and drive a van into us, but then they tear gassed us. And I have to tell you, it was terrifying. It was impossible to breathe and really, really scary.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents have arrested more than 400 people in the Chicago area since they began their immigration crackdown less than 2 weeks ago. Republican and Democratic stopgap funding bills failed in the Senate today after narrowly passing in the House earlier. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says Democrats are playing politics.
We think that's the right way to do this. There were 13 such opportunities the Democrats had when President Biden was in the White House, where we did short-term, clean, continuing resolutions.
The failure of the CRs in the Senate increases the chances of a partial government shutdown on October 1st. A little bit of rain produced a whole lot of mud in some communities in Southern California, says CBS News Los Angeles reporter Nicole Comstock.
People in a mountain community like this have been through mudslides before. They say this one still took them by surprise because of how powerful it was after only raining for just a little more than 10 minutes.
The mudslides damaged homes, buried roads, even trapped some drivers. Deal or no deal, President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke by phone this morning about trade and tariffs. On social media, Trump suggested they were close to an agreement on the sale of TikTok. CBS's Nancy Cordes reports from the White House.
It doesn't sound like the deal has actually been finalized yet. The president in that same Truth Social said that they had made progress in their discussions, and then the Chinese foreign minister separately didn't mention that a deal had been struck.
The three major indices all closed at record highs today. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Marissa Gillette, the controversial chair of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, is planning to step down. Governor Ned Lamont announced that Gillette has given him a letter of resignation that will be effective October 10th. Gillette's appointment earlier this year was marked by criticism from state Republicans who accused Democrats of backroom tactics to secure her the position. In a statement, the governor said, in part, quote, on behalf of our state, I am appreciative of her public service and dedication to our state and its ratepayers. The Connecticut Siting Council has officially decided to push a vote on the installation of electric monopoles through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The decision comes at the urging of Governor Ned Lamont, who met with United Illuminating today to discuss changing the terms of the current proposal.
Yes, as you know, the Siting Council is an independent body, so they can do their own thing. But we talked to United Illuminating. They said they would not object to a pause. I called on the Siting Council to give us a little bit of time, get Fairfield to get a little bit of time, look and see if there are any credible alternatives that make sure that we still have capacity and reliability in the transmission system, but a better way to do it.
State and local officials have been pushing for the power lines to be placed underground instead of using the 195-foot monopoles And Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale has raised questions about UI's proposed price.
$25.1 million to underground the lines in towns like Stamford, yet we're getting quoted $100 million to bury the lines through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The numbers don't add up.
And a date has been set for a special election between Vitale and State Senator Tony Wong. The election will determine who will assume the duties of First Selectman, a position which Vitale has held since the recent passing of Bill Gerber. Senator Wong was outspoken in his wish for the election to be held sooner rather than later.
And I believe that the most prudent and most economic date needs to be November 4th.
Unfortunately for Senator Wong, the Board of Selectmen have determined that the date of the election will be February 3rd of 2026. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound in Greenwich, a multi-car crash near exit 5 northbound. Expect onlooking delays on 95 northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield into New Haven. On 95 north and southbound, heavy congestion delays through Brantford and Long Wharf. Well, across north and southbound, you're on the brakes through Hamden and Woodbridge going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, residual delays through Seymour from earlier road work. And on 84 eastbound, long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I know. Everybody wants, since the tragic shooting death last week of Charlie Kirk, everybody's expecting us to tone down the rhetoric. A lot of us will, but most of the powers that be in D.C. won't. Because their bases won't let them. The base on the far left and the base on the far right says, hey, if we are referred to as X, Y, and Z, why should we back down? Why should we bite our lips? Why should we back off here? And again, I agree with them to the point where, look, I would back off to some point, but it's not going to happen. Especially when you still, again and again and again, have these allusions, not illusions, but allusions as in alluding to this White House and this president, no matter what you think of him, as being Adolf Hitler, as being some sort of an extension of the Third Reich. We're hearing that from one of our own members of Congress, John Larson. A few weeks ago, we played you a soundbite of Rashida Tlaib just a couple of days ago in Congress, screaming and yelling at Republicans, saying, having the audacity to say, hey, let's not get into terms here, but you people are acting like fascists. Enough with the Germany references from World War II. If the anti-Trump people and the anti-Republican people don't like it, fine. Come up with better candidates so you'll get elected. It's not hard. It's how politics works. Enter something in the arena of ideas and get at least one more vote than the other person. Not difficult. It's happened before. But I'm telling you, when you got Bernie and AOC out there and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, I can't even go into what she said. That clip is making the rounds. And the only thing you people got is Hitler, really. So I asked the question, do you expect calmer, less hostile political rhetoric in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination, or will it grow more heated? Chris Williams going over our answers today. Chris, what do you have for us?
After tuning into Newsmax last night, definitely more hostile from both sides. That's from Francislis. Paul said on a local level, nothing escalates hostility more than your airing, Paul, of the John Larson rant. Ed says one side burns cities, the other burns candles. We are not the same. Things will be worse. And Christina said we all can do better and we need to. The political hate from both sides is out of control. Just because we feel strongly about our political views doesn't mean we should ever lose our ability to see what's right from wrong. We surely should never feel that murder is fitting for voicing your beliefs.
And just so you know what people know what I'm talking about, this is the soundbite from John Larson, albeit before the tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk from a couple of weeks ago that this person, I think, had a problem with.
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourself.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not doing this to play whataboutism here, but again, if we're going to have a calmer tenor here, it's got to start on the White House, number one, and with the opposition in Congress.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Legends of Fear opening soon for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound in Greenwich, a multi-car crash near exit 5 northbound. Expect onlooking delays. On 95 northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield into New Haven. On 95 north and southbound, heavy congestion delays through Branford and Long Wharf. Well, across north and southbound, you're on the brakes through Hamden and Woodbridge going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, residual delays through Seymour from earlier road work. And on 84 eastbound, long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you know what's on my mind? I'm fascinated still with this ever-evolving kind of basketball cha-cha, this conga line going on here of everybody saying, hey, we got to keep the Connecticut Sun in Connecticut, which wouldn't be a bad thing. Listen, we're kind of the hotbed of women's basketball. But again, a lot of you folks here online and on the air are saying, hey, wait a minute, what a state buying into a team? This may not work. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. Great column, though, I read the other day, and I believe it was posted at our buddy Tom Dudchick's website from Mike DeMoro, sports writer, columnist, long time, the Day of New London. Stick to sports. How about the politicos? Stick to politics. Check that out and more at theday.com. Mike DeMoro joins us. Mike, it's Paul here. First time having you on. How are you? Thanks for coming on.
Hey, Paul, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Mike, I got to tell you, I don't know how many calls I've taken on this over the weeks and emails and text messages and Mike, kind of the tenor of your column, like, yeah, we love our basketball. The Sun may be great, but really, like, we're going to do this with state money. So for people that haven't read your column, what's your premise here? Talk about this.
Well, so Paul, we're gonna use. Well, first of all, no matter how hard we scream and yell,
yeah,
it is the WNBA's purview.
Yep,
they get to say where the Sun go, whether we like it or not, and that seems to be. It seems like nobody really can understand that.
Yeah.
Hey, it's our league, and we will tell you where you're going. So that aside, now we're going to try to keep them here by investing state pension fund money. I mean, this is the livelihood of people who have worked their whole lives, and we're going to invest that in a basketball team. I think the reason you've gotten all the calls and the texts is because it's absurd.
Yeah.
It's like, who thinks of these things? I can't believe this.
Mike, is this, and I've said this on the show here, have we just not gotten over the Whalers leaving? And I used to go to a ton of Whalers games. I mean, it was great getting on the highway in Wallingford, getting up to 91 in a half an hour, hitting Chuck's Steakhouse, where else, and then going to a Whaler game. Is this what we're seeing now? Is this because the Whalers scab has never healed?
Well, maybe, and the Patriots too.
Yeah.
But let me say this, Paul. If we had figured out a way to cut Peter Karmanos in above something else besides ticket sales, he would have stayed.
Yeah.
He would have stayed. And then, we talk about what passionate UConn fans we are.
Mm-hmm.
It took them 20 years to fix the XL Center.
I know.
I mean, so I'm sorry. I don't think it's them. I think it's us.
Yeah, and
we screw up everything that we touch.
And Mike, I don't, and now you do obviously, but I've tried to explain to people that part of where a franchise goes, Mike, right? And you and I know this, especially now, is these leagues go to corporate advertisers, right? And if the difference is going to, Nissan or Toyota or Buick or whatever, or some athletic drink, and they're going to say, hey, do you want to be, the official vehicle of the WNBA, and you're waving, oh, look where you'll have your signage in all these cities. Well, wait a minute, I'm a corporate ad buyer, Mike. You don't have Boston, and I'm supposed to care about Mashantucket, Connecticut? No offense, but this is a dollar and cents thing when it comes down to it, isn't it?
Yeah, no question. So, Paul, the WNBA wants the Sun to move to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
One, because that would add a little geographical balance, because there's two expansion teams coming to Cleveland and Detroit next year. And two, even if they moved to Hartford, that's the number 32 media market in the country.
Yeah.
Houston is number 4. Do the math. Just do the math.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because why? Because we go on social media and say we're the basketball capital of the world. They're just supposed to go, oh yeah, you can stay. We don't want corporate Houston's money. We'll just stay here. I mean, it's absurd.
Yeah, yeah. And again, and folks, the guest is Mike DeMoro from the Day of New London. His column, Stick to Sports. How about the Politico's Stick to Sports? You know, Mike, I wonder, and we're just kind of freestyling here. I wonder how many people, Mike, who are coming out and actually saying, hey, we can do this. I wonder how many of them, Mike, rhetorical question here, really agree with you. In other words, like, yeah, this is a financial reality here, but I gotta say it because it sounds good. But you're right, it's infuriating to see this.
Well, Paul, you're right. I think when most of the politicians look themselves in the mirror, I think they know this is wrong. But this, like everything else, is a political thing now. So the Dems think it's a good idea. It's a good idea, and the R's don't. And on we go. We can't discuss anything on its own merit anymore. It's got to be, well, which political line does this fall on?
Now, Mike, I know that you cover the team a little bit more out there than a lot of other areas of this state in this part of the state. So the team is here, Mike, as we understand it, for at least one more season, right? They're not going anywhere now, right? So, and again, Mike, I had a question from a listener, and I don't know whether you can answer this or not, but the Sun is kind of crowing about, hey, we sold all our season packages this year, and our attendance is really good, albeit about 9,000 or 10,000. And I had people, Mike, call me and say, yeah, but it is the casino, and a lot of those tickets are comped. Do we know? Does anybody out there, Mike? Do you know, or has any kind of investigation, but not an investigation, but does anybody know how many of those people really pay to see the Sun and the WNBA or not?
Well, it's a lot more now than it used to be. You know, when they first came here, they wanted butts in the seats, and they gave a lot of it away. It's a lot less now. And so I don't think that the Mohegans necessarily wanted to sell the team, but they've gotten into a major financial issue with the casino project in South Korea.
Really?
And their investors are calling that loan, and they need money.
Really?
That's why. That's what this is about, Paul. Yes. If you go on, you can just look at, if you Google South Korea Mohegan Sun and loan, you'll see it. And when the Boston people said $325 million, the Mohegan tribe, who are very good people, very good people, said sold because they need it.
Okay. Wait a minute, Mike. We paid $10 million for the Orlando Dream, and you want to give us $320 million? I like that idea. That's
Isn't that
good
something?
Stuff. Yeah. All right, folks. The name of the column: Stick to Sports? ? How about the Politico? Stick to Politics? The Day of New London. Check out theday.com. And columnist Mike DeMoro has been the guest. Mike, thanks. I'm going to have you on more often. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, Paul. Anytime.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Mike DeMoro. All right, DIMAURO, Connecticut Sun. He covers the Sun and a lot of the sports out there in the eastern part of the state. How about the Politico? Stick to Politics? And he's not. Boy, how about that, huh? The reminder that other casino project in South Korea. I'm going to have to look that up. All right, thanks to our pal, Mike DeMoro, the Day of New London. Check it out. Really good newspaper out there. The Day is, again, we tend to be disconnected from the far eastern part of the state. But the Day in and about the London and Mystic and Groton area, they do really, really good work. Great newspaper. Traffic and weather together news coming up right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound in Greenwich, a multi-car crash near exit 5. Northbound, expect onlooking delays. On 95 northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield into New Haven. On 95 north and southbound, heavy congestion delays through Brantford and Long Wharf. Well, across north and southbound, you're on the brakes through Hampton and Woodbridge going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, residual delays through Seymour from earlier road work. And on 84 eastbound, long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Root and Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therootandreport.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Protesters say they were pepper sprayed by ICE agents as they blocked vehicles outside an ICE building in suburban Chicago. Evanston Mayor Daniel Bliss. They are trying to intimidate us, to stop us from standing up and being a part of a nonviolent resistance, and we will not be
be intimidated.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is blaming Republicans for pushing the government closer to a shutdown on October 1st.
Donald Trump is the shutdown president, and Senate Republicans are following him over the cliff.
Schumer spoke after Democratic and Republican funding bills failed in the Senate. President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke by phone this morning about trade, tariffs, and TikTok. CBS's Willie James Inman is at the White House.
He did have a productive call with President Xi of China, and that the two would continue to speak, and that the two men would also meet in South Korea during the APEC summit.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Investigators are in the process of wrapping up a probe of whether or not 3 Bridgeport police officers were justified in a shooting in Ansonia in 2024. The incident occurred in February of 2024 when Bridgeport officers were involved in a chase through several towns with 41-year-old Jonathan Mark Lewis Bell, which ended in Ansonia, culminating in the 3 officers, Sergeant Christopher Robinson and officers Matthew Hoffman and Wilberto Rivera Colon, shooting Bell, who was unarmed. Then State Inspector General Robert Devlin found insufficient evidence to charge the officers, but did identify a host of problems that he deemed questionable. The Municipal Law Department says the full report should be available in the next week or two. A Stamford man is sentenced to spend 5 years in prison for shooting at another man in Stratford last year. Devin Dotson previously pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree assault and has been in custody since his arrest in December. There were no injuries in the shooting on Dewey Street in Stratford, although a bullet struck a vehicle headrest inches from the intended victim. The 27-year-old Dotson will spend 5 years on probation once the prison term is complete. Ground was broken today on a 15,000-square-foot addition to the Greenwich YWCA. The 2-story building will support services provided by the YWCA at the facility, which has not been expanded since it was constructed in 1969. Officials with the YWCA say it's critical that they modernize and expand the campus to create a more dignified and welcoming space for the community. The state has contributed a $750,000 grant to support renovations and security enhancements. When Stratford students resumed school on August 28th, the length of the school day had increased by 15 minutes. According to a district note, the longer day is, quote, to support instructional time and enhance student learning experiences across the district. According to Acting Superintendent Heather Borges, the 15-minute addition strengthens the district's ability to balance academics, movement, and social-emotional learning. Connecticut has joined several other northeastern states in establishing a regional public health collaborative. The group of states will make their own recommendations and provide guidance on vaccines and other public health matters impacting the region. The other states in the collaborative are Maine, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says it's important that the region have a credible group making public comments about health and vaccinations. This follows Connecticut's recent issuing of new guidelines that differ from the CDC in regards to vaccines.
Listen to the science. Follow the science. I went to college with Bobby Kennedy, and neither of us majored in science, but I listened to the scientists.
State Republicans held a news conference yesterday regarding the potential use of the state's pension fund to help keep the Connecticut Sun in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont and State Treasurer Eric Russell recently discussed the potential use of those funds at a news conference.
What we would be looking at is something, if this is where we landed, that would be in the benefit of pensioners. That is my priority as treasurer.
However, House Republican leader Vin Candelora says that not enough details of that plan have been provided.
We think it is an unprecedented move. We think it deserves answers to our questions. And so we are calling on the governor to be transparent with what this proposal looks like, what has actually been submitted to the WNBA.
Senate Republican leader Steve Harding went on to say that the administration's use of taxpayer funds was alarming.
There needs to be structure and fiscal responsibility and a level of respect for taxpayer money and for public employees' money. And it seems like the way that this administration handles both is alarming, to say the very least.
And Pratt & Whitney has been awarded a $670 million contract modification to produce more jet engines for F-35 fighter jets. Nearly all of the work on the Department of War contract will be performed at the Pratt headquarters here in Connecticut. The project is expected to be complete by the end of 2028. Senator Richard Blumenthal says the contract modification is a huge win for the talented machinists at Pratt & Whitney and for the national defense. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound Greenwich accident remains approaching exit 5. Stay to the right to get through. 95 northbound side plan on an hour and 20 at least from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead on 95, heavy volume delays through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf. Well, across north and southbound, you have it on both sides going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, heavy volume delays as well through Shelton, over the bridge, and going through Ansonia. And 84 eastbound, a long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and our question of the day today, if you'd like to chime in, and if you don't get to it today, love you to chime in over the weekend. These questions never come down when I post them at our Facebook site, facebook.com, Voice of CT. They stay up there. Do you expect calmer, less hostile political rhetoric in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination, or will it just grow more heated? Well, if an exchange we had earlier this week is any indication, no, it's not going to calm down. Could we please get away from this notion of Shangri-La coming here? In case you missed this earlier in the show, I'm going to play this for you. It runs a minute and change. This is a Democratic Congresswoman, Rashida Tlaib, of, I think, Michigan. And she starts yelling something uncontrollably at Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida. And I guess that this came during a oversight committee hearing about the federal police presence in Washington, D.C. Now, again, you can debate that all you'd like. Again, there's controversy. Is the Trump stuff even working? What happens if they leave? It's not fair to put them there for a month and a half or so and then leave. We get that, all right? And if this is, you tell me whether, and I know what you're going to say, well, you're just going to cherry pick. No. This kind of wasn't the typical exchange here. All right? And the thing is, they know, see, you got to understand something. These members of Congress, they know they're on camera. It's C-SPAN, right? And C-SPAN's a good thing, the Cable Satellite Public Affairs Network. Just the way we have CTN here in Connecticut, right? So this meeting the other day, I think this was earlier this week, Monday or Tuesday, the D.C. Overnight Committee. Oversight Committee, and I guess Congresswoman Tlaib was not happy with the National Guard still being in D.C., and as much as she couldn't help herself, yes, the word fascist came out. And I'm telling you, I don't know this for a fact, but I am telling you, they got a memo. Use fascist, use Nazis, use Hitler, use Gestapo. Oh, well, how do you know that, Paul? Well, you listen to this, and you tell me whether or not this isn't planned, A, and B, whether one side intends on turning down the rhetoric.
Regards to, but I think it's important, Mr. Chair, just like in D.C., home rule was one out of Black freedom struggle and the fight for civil rights, we can't be passive right now. So nobody over there should take anything we say so personally as if.
Okay, now, don't take anything. You can't, folks, you can't script this. Don't take it personally when we call you fascists. This is literally what she just said. Don't take it personally because...
If we're attacking them. No, we're attacking a process. We're not attacking people here.
Okay.
And I think it's really important. We need to stand up against this. Fascist takeover, that's not a bad word. It's a fact. And here in D.C. and across the country, it is so incredibly important, Mr. Chair.
Now, Mr. Chair, let's not get tied up in the words here. I'm going to use it, fascist, but let's not get tied up in the words. She's saying this. I don't know if she's under the influence of something or not. But remember, we have to turn down the rhetoric now.
That this committee does not allow rhetoric that defames and or paints Washington, D.C. in a way that you all haven't.
So she's worried about the rhetoric being used to talk about Washington, D.C., which, you can go and get carjacked any time of the day. But she's not worried about the rhetoric calling people she's looking at fascists.
Been really truly seen. You're just reading it. No, you're just reading it or something off of some.
Will the gentlelady yield to a question?
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I don't yield. I don't even have time. I can tell you.
Your time's expired.
It is expired, but Mr. Chair,
nice.
but you all live
like
here, and you're not telling people the beautiful parts that you do see in our nation's capital. And no, it's just wrong.
And by the way, the beautiful parts that you do see of our nation's capital, which a lot of people who live in the nation's capital can't afford to live in. And they're relegated, sadly, to some areas that are crime-strewn. But I'll let her continue.
Chairman, I think it's insane that the gentlelady doesn't have an argument, but she's going to refer to me and some of my colleagues.
Mr. Donald,
we were from the Third Reich. This is insane.
You're going to look at 14, 15-year-olds as a bunch of criminals?
It's insane. Do I look like a member of the Third Reich to you, Ms. Tlaib?
Please.
Is that what I look like to you?
You're the one taking your voting card.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
No, that's unethical.
I think it's radical and I think it's insane. And I'll respect everything that you say. But to say something like that to myself and all of my colleagues is way out of line. It's way out of line. It's way out of line.
Regular order, Mr.
Way out of line.
Regular order.
That's okay. But it's okay, right?
That is not how it goes.
It's okay, right?
You hold yourself accountable before you talk about
Hold
Washington,
myself accountable. Hold your own self accountable. How about that? Hold your own self accountable. How about that?
Free DC and make sure you vote with your own voting card. Don't be giving it to somebody else.
Jeez. But remember, it's all Trump's fault. Remember, it's all Trump's fault.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Premier Concerts presents Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, March 26th at New Haven's College Street Music Hall. Herb and the band will be performing many hit songs we all know and love. Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass in their final Connecticut appearance, as 2026 will be their last year of touring after over 30 years away from any extensive touring. Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, March 26. Tickets at collegestreetmusichall.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks finished broadly higher today, closing out a week full of records as the Dow advanced 172 points to a new high of 46,315. The S&P, big week, up 32 points or another 0.5% to 6664, while the Nasdaq also advanced rather sharply on the day, closing again in record territory as the market digested the Fed's rate cut on Wednesday and looked ahead to future rate cuts down the road. The Nasdaq up 160 points to 22,631. Interestingly enough, despite the cut from the Fed, long-term bond yields continued to climb today to 4.13%. That's a two-week high, even after the Fed cut short rates. Despite concerns about a glut, oil prices finished 88 cents lower. In fact, because of that glut, to 62.69, while gold rebounded sharply to 38.70 on the day to $3,716 the ounce in a week that was filled with a lot of news, mostly centered on the Fed, mixed economic data, and we go into next week with Wall Street trying to figure out what the next moves might be.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound Greenwich accident remains approaching exit 5. Stay to the right to get through. 95 northbound side plan on an hour and 20 at least from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead on 95, heavy volume delays through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf. Well, across north and southbound, you have it on both sides going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, heavy volume delays as well through Shelton, over the bridge, and going through Ansonia. And 84 eastbound, a long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris had this story yesterday, and ladies, please be careful. And I talk about this all the time, and we hear this story popping up every so often, like once or twice a year, and I guess this is happening a lot now at the Big Y supermarket, Route 34, New Haven Avenue in Derby. There are folks coming in, ne'er-do-wells, shall we say, people of interest. Can't use the word suspects, so I won't say suspects, because we have to be careful how we say suspects. No, seriously. There are people with stolen cars. There's a shock, huh? I'm shocked. Criminals are driving stolen cars. This is why we need license plate readers. But no, some people don't like that. But I digress. Route 34, we're not hammering Route 34 here in Derby and the Big Y because it happens everywhere, but it's happening here. Route 34, New Haven Avenue in Derby, I'm sure so there's more cops there. What's happening is you have obviously not Ivy League applicants driving around the Route 34 parking lot, Derby Avenue location for Big Y, in stolen cars, and they're waiting for women particularly. I don't know, do guys carry purses, pocketbooks? Maybe. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Waiting for them to turn their back, because what do, ladies? Normally, you put your pocketbook in the top portion where a child would seat, the built-in child seat of a shopping cart, and you turn around and you put stuff in your car. So there are people pulling up in stolen vehicles, again, shocking, and making off with those bags. Do not. Ladies, I know it's a tough habit to break. We're going into the winter months now. You can wear a heavier coat. Don't. There's no reason to bring your bag into a store or to take it shopping. Just have a wallet, purse or wallet that'll fit in your pants pocket, your slacks pocket, or inside on your coat. All right? So, be careful. Derby police issuing a warning to shoppers says here about several purse thefts while shoppers were loading groceries at the Big Y Plaza, again, Route 34, New Haven Avenue in Derby. And this is in particular to just that location. I don't want to get anybody mad at me. Yeah, we're not safe in Derby. No, this happens everywhere. It's been a problem. All right, so there's no reason to, if you're just going shopping, right? There's no reason to carry that big bag. I know all your stuff's in there, but please be careful. And don't, if you're going to have a bag, open up the trunk and put the bag in the trunk first, your pocketbook bag, and then move all the stuff in, then take the bag out. All right. Or carry a gun, which, lock and load, ladies. Hey, why not? Man, what kind of low skank degenerate do you have to be? Honestly, even if you're a crook. All right, stealing a car is one thing. All right, smash and grab, stealing something out of a cell phone or whatever. But is there no honor among thieves anymore? Like, they used to be like, well, I guess the mob did. You didn't do anything in front of the wife or the kids or whatever. You didn't speak ill of some guy in the mob's girlfriend or wife, whatever. But I guess with some of these criminals, they don't care who takes a bag from a woman putting groceries in a car. Really? Really? That's what your life has descended to? Well, do you think your life is any better, Paul? Well, yeah, I do. I can't recall the last time I was driving around in a stolen car, number one. And then go into a parking lot of a store and then cruise. And they I've seen news footage of this. They go up and down the aisle spotting somebody. Now, hopefully what happens is Granny's packing. And she turns around, she says, the hell with you. And she parks one, right in the derriere of one of these guys. You see how my mind works? I'm sorry. Can you tell? I have no patience for crime. I don't. I just don't. I don't. I have no tolerance for criminality, nothing for crime. Well, Paul, sometimes it's poverty. Well, too bad. There are a lot of poor people who aren't criminals. Buying into this nonsense like, Brandon Johnson in Chicago, the most incompetent mayor in America. Well, people shooting. Yes, he said this. Crime is from homelessness. No, it's not. No, it's not. There are a lot of homeless people who aren't criminals. There are millions of people who live at or below the poverty line that don't wake up and say, let me go shoot someone because I was disrespected, right? Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of Chicago, did I do this week? I don't think I did. Hang on. Wait a minute. Chicago. Wait a minute. I know it's a little late. I don't know if it'll come up now. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. It auto-filled for me. Chicago shootings this past weekend. 2 separate shootings today, yesterday. 5 days ago, so last weekend, 19 more people shot, 2 fatally. Okay, so there you go. Chicago, that toddling town. Traffic and weather together right here, right now. News top of the hour on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound Greenwich accident remains. Approaching exit 5, stay to the right to get through. 95 northbound side plan on an hour and 20 at least from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead on 95, heavy volume delays through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf. While across north and southbound, you have it on both sides going into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, heavy volume delays as well through Shelton, over the bridge, and going through Ansonia. And 84 eastbound, a long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. And that's Kraus, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And the Democratic establishment in Hartford, here we go. They're already doing this now. I'm looking at the headlines on our pal, Tom Dudchick's site. Marissa Gillette to resign, ending a turbulent era at Pura. Top Connecticut utility regulator leader out amid years-long and increasingly bitter fight with industries. Embattled Connecticut utility regulator Marissa Gillette abruptly resigns after deep reflection. Senator Norm Needleman, he's saddened. Marissa Gillette, there's only so much that one individual can reasonably endure. Well, if anybody, geez, the rehabilitation of these people, by what everybody's, and it's not just me, read the reporting in the Inside Investigator by our buddy Mark Fitch. Read the reporting, the excellent reporting by Kevin Rennie at his blog and in the Hartford Courant. Ed Mahoney has a good story today in the Hartford Courant. These are all, now again, the court proceedings are still going on. But with all due respect to Ms. Gillette, and I've never interviewed her, but she's been on other shows on this radio station, missing emails, missing text messages, allegations that she collaborated with some state legislators, which she shouldn't do by statute. I mean, this stuff just didn't happen. So again, I encourage you to go to the Inside Investigator, go to the Current. You have to read about everything going here. Now, a lot of people, whatever, she portrayed herself as this white knight against the utility companies. Well, as our buddy Mark Fitch said, why does Eversource get along with Massachusetts so well and commit to major projects in Massachusetts? And why is power cheaper in Massachusetts? Right? Not that she's... Last time I checked, hold on, how far away is Massachusetts? Oh, it's over there. Yeah, okay. So let's not weep here where weeping is not necessary here. Spend the weekend, take some time, folks. Educate yourself on this, and I think you'll finally see you've got 2 or 3 cases with Pura still in the courts.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. The CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee has ended its two-day meeting with another change to vaccine recommendations. CBS's Mark Strassman in Atlanta reports the committee declined to recommend that all Americans get the COVID-19 shot.
The 12-member panel was handpicked by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a longtime vaccine skeptic. Some outside medical liaisons working with the panel say the guidance should be more forceful.
Simple, stable recommendations can increase vaccine coverage. COVID-19 vaccines are highly safe and effective.
A recent CBS News poll found 77% of Americans say the COVID shots should be available to people who want them, whether or not they would get one themselves.
There was a sometimes violent confrontation between ICE agents and protesters near Chicago this morning.
It was the fourth demonstration in as many weeks outside the Broadview ICE facility to protest President Trump's immigration crackdown. Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss, who's running for Congress, was part of the protest.
Not only did they come with weapons and violent show of force and drive a van into us, but then they tear gassed us. And I have to tell you, it was terrifying. It was impossible to breathe.
Another Illinois congressional candidate, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, was thrown to the ground by an ICE agent. ICE says it has rounded up 400 people since Operation Midway Blitz began 2 weeks ago. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
President Trump says his phone call this morning with Chinese President Xi Jinping to discuss the future of TikTok was productive. He said they made progress on the, quote, approval of the TikTok deal. But CBS's Nancy Cordes at the White House says it's not at all clear just what that means.
It sounds like there is still some fine print to be worked out, possibly more than fine print. We simply don't know. And the president still hasn't revealed any details about who exactly would be buying TikTok.
Conservative Texas Republican Senator, if the Trump administration after the media, as the president has threatened to do, it will hurt conservatives in the long run.
If the government gets in the business of saying,
what you
we
can and
don't
can't
like
say,
what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like, that will end up bad for conservatives.
Cruz was talking about the suspension of late-night television host Jimmy Kimmel. He was speaking on his Verdict with Ted Cruz podcast. On Wall Street, the three major indices, the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ, all closed at record highs for the second straight day. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Stamford man is sentenced to spend 5 years in prison for shooting at another man in Stratford last year. Devin Dotson previously pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree assault and has been in custody since his arrest in December. There were no injuries in the shooting on Dewey Street in Stratford, although a bullet struck a vehicle headrest inches from the intended victim. The 27-year-old Dotson will spend 5 years on probation once the prison term is complete. A motorcycle rider has injuries after a crash with a vehicle in Derby. Police responded to the crash yesterday afternoon in the area of Seymour and Atwater Avenues. The rider was taken to the hospital for treatment of a head injury, and no further information has been released about their condition. The crash is being investigated by Derby police. A pedestrian has avoided serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle on the Boston Post Road in Milford. The incident was reported yesterday in front of the ShopRite supermarket. The victim was reported to be conscious at the scene and was transported to the hospital for treatment. Police have not announced any charges against the driver who struck the pedestrian. And ground was broken today on a 15,000 square foot addition to the Greenwich YWCA. The two-story building will support services provided by the YWCA at the facility, which has not been expanded since it was constructed in 1969. Officials with the YWCA say it's critical that they modernize and expand the campus to create a more dignified and welcoming space for the community. The state has contributed a $750,000 grant to support renovations and security enhancements. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway right now is the easier ride. Further ahead on 95, long line of cars. Milford Connector going through West Haven. Southbound, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf as well. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier there. On 84, eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown with an accident reported near exit 2. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And whatever you do this weekend, 2 hands on the wheel. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to be using any cannabis products, don't drive with those either, right? There's Uber, Lyft. Get as stoned and as high and as drunk and as fried as you want. Just don't drive. That's all. There's no reason. Pre-Uber, pre-Lyft, a lot of people, a lot of areas didn't have taxi services now. People would have been embarrassed to take. They tried to drive. I don't want to take a taxi because that means now now Uber and Lyft are a main mode of transportation for people. So whatever you do this weekend, do it without the bad stuff, all right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. If you have Eversource stock, you're happy. Right, I'm looking at the graph for Eversource today, courtesy of our buddy Tom Dudchick on his 10 a.m. this morning, right around 10 or 10:30, as soon as Marissa Gillette's resignation was announced, Eversource stock shot up. So you made 4.88% on Eversource today. How about that? So I don't know whether you know that, but if your retirement fund, your 401k, whatever, if any of it is based on Eversource, you went up today to you made $3.12 a share. How's that? 4.88%. Why? Because Eversource is happy now that Marissa Gillette is gone. And again, I'm not dancing on anybody's political or job grave here. But again, there's a reason why of all the areas that Eversource operates in, and UI, Connecticut is the most contentious. And, it's a chicken or the egg thing here, too, because every time Eversource wanted a rate increase, and if they were denied, well, they say, well, listen, we're just not going to. Now, Eversource isn't perfect. UI, Avangrid, no. But it's kind of a chicken or the egg thing here. Well, how do we make the infrastructure better if we can't recover the cost? So, look, I'm not an expert here. I don't profess to be an expert. But the governor now has an opportunity to find somebody who runs Pura, who can run Pura. And now we can have, hopefully, the full complement of Pura board members. Remember, there's only 3 now. There's supposed to be 5. And hopefully Pura can be run with, a little less executive fiat here. Maybe those are the proper words here. And again, there are court cases going on now, missing emails, missing text messages. And again, as Mark pointed out last hour, text messages are never missing. Somebody has them. Any provider, government or not, they get for their own legal reasons and forensic audits and court subpoenas. No, they keep that. And again, this is exactly what I told you what would happen, in my opinion. The governor reappointed Ms. Gillette, probably with a wink and a nod, saying, hey, let's see what happens. And he saw what happened yesterday with the emails that suddenly appeared yesterday, and I'm sure there was a rather pointed discussion today. So we'll see how this shakes out. But again, her life will go on. All our lives will go on. But let's try, Governor, if you are reelected or whomever's reelected, let's revamp PURA. Let's take away a little bit of the executive fiat here, and let's try to, have a relationship here, perhaps, with our power companies.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with a doubleheader of the best games from around the NFL. Because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Fall is here, and so is the flavor you've been waiting for. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan's Patata Rustica Pizza is back. Baked on their legendary coal-fired crust, topped with mozzarella, seasoned potatoes, bacon, their 3-cheese blend, and a touch of pecorino romano, finished with olive oil. It's comfort by the slice. Cozy up to fall today at any Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan location. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of Beats. FrankPepePizzeria.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect moderate UV levels with a max UV index of 5. Air quality will be fair with an AQI near 45. Expect ideal conditions for the beach or pool with no rain in sight. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway right now is the easier ride. Further ahead on 95, long line of cars. Milford Connector going through West Haven. Southbound, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf as well. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier there. On 84, eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown with an accident reported near exit 2. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair. honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Sometimes a text is just easier. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
And the best part about getting the text from you folks, it makes me laugh. Some of these are laugh out loud funny, but of course we can't say them on the air. Talk or text 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. The weekend is upon us. It's a Friday. That means Chris Caruso is by. He has spent a week observing the great fish tank that is Bridgeport, that is Connecticut, and he's got a few thoughts. Mr. Caruso, good afternoon, sir, and how are you today?
Happy Friday, Paul, to you and your listeners.
Yeah, made it through another week. Chris, I'd like to get your thoughts. You probably heard mine, but and having been a veteran of Hartford for so many years, you were telling me this is all political. Marissa Gillette, who was the chairperson of Pura, trying to be kind of a baseball umpire here, keeping all sides happy. But, Chris, she kind of found herself in the middle of some, controversies here, missing emails, missing text messages. And the governor is, of course, heading into a likely re-election campaign. So I'm not surprised that she has chosen to tender her resignation, if it is actually a resignation, but we all know how those things may work.
Yeah. And, Paul, for whatever reason she's leaving, Connecticut's losing a great consumer advocate, frankly. I've been up in Hartford enough to know that the lobbyists are like ants on a picnic basket. There are so many of them.
Yeah.
And they just browbeat the hell out of you if they don't agree with you. I've had that when I've had to fight for public financing, ethics reform, pension revocation for, municipal or employees that violate the law, felony. So I'm not surprised. She was accountable to the people of the state. She introduced performance-based. So that way it wasn't just the utilities company asking for a raise. It had to be based on performance. She was looking at the compensation of the executives of the utility companies, and she was very fair about it. She opened up the very first office of outreach and education to inform the public. And frankly, she just got caught in the middle of, utility companies that were whining and complaining that, we want to raise and this is what we want and, we should be entitled to it. And I think we've lost a consumer protector for Connecticut, frankly. And, the truth of it is people don't realize she's an attorney and an engineer. Two very difficult degrees to get. And it's hard, even the governor said, to find people with qualifications in the area of utilities to serve on these commissions. And for the most part, they've been political people that go on the commissions. These are people that have worked with the lobbyists or have talked to the utilities, and the utilities just want everything to go along nice and smooth. Yeah, her tenure may have been contentious because she was fighting for people. She was fighting for consumers. And that's why it was contentious. And utilities threw lawsuits against her. They opposed her, renomination, but the legislature passed it. And she served again as chairman, and now she's resigned. So, and she was from Maryland. Apparently the governor brought her from Maryland because of her expertise. And it's a loss to the state. It really is. And I don't think we'll feel that loss until a couple years down the road where we see things go. And it's just, some of the utility companies haven't been performing to their optimum in the sense of, cleanups after storms and things of that sort. That's all been publicized. And she was holding them accountable by a performance-based evaluation, which every industry should be. And that's why they're called regulated. These utilities are regulated by the state, which they need to be. Understandably, electric rates were high, but that's been years and years and years of approving rate increases and things of that sort. that have led us to where we currently are. So good luck in finding a qualified, competent replacement, and one who has, frankly, the guts to stand up and fight. And I've noticed in Hartford, because I've been up there, whenever you stand up and fight, people fight back. That's just the way it is. And that's what she did.
I would hope, Chris, that one thing that I've harped on this show, if the Pura board is supposed to have 5 people, it should have 5 people on it. And I know there was a plan to let John Fonferrer from the Democrats and Holly Cheeseman from the Republicans there. So I think right now, Chris, the governor has a real good opportunity here to, and it doesn't mean you flush the other 3 people that were up there, but let's do a Control-Alt-Delete like we do on our computer keyboards. Let's do a fresh reset here. Let's bring everybody in, especially now where you have, contentious things like this, the siding council there with these monopoles and whatever. And I think, Chris, the governor can really do the area and the state well by saying, all right, let's start out with a clean sheet here. UI, you're not going to get every rate increase, you're not, but maybe some. We understand you want to build out the infrastructure here, but, this could be an opportunity here, Chris, I think.
Well, the Connecticut Siding Council is a separate entity.
Yeah, I know that.
Pura, right?
Yeah.
And Public Utilities Regulatory Agency. That's where Melissa was from.
Yeah.
But the truth, Paul, it's easier said than done.
Oh, yeah.
And he has stated it publicly. To find people that understand utility rates, understand regulations, have the experience as a professional background is very difficult. That's why over the years, former legislators have been put into those regulatory positions.
Yeah.
Because you can't find people out there that are qualified and going to put the time into it. So that's where his challenge has been. And more so with the attack by the utility companies and the back and forth, good luck in trying to find people that are qualified that are going to put the time and effort into it. And then, fairly and objectively hold the utility companies accountable. That's never easy in government to hold others accountable.
No.
Why do leaders become leaders in Hartford? Because they don't do anything. The people that do something never get elected to be leaders, right?
That's interesting. And Chris, regarding that other controversy that we have, and a lot of people don't realize with the whole monopole thing here, but again, you take the siding council, which the governor appoints these people, but once he makes the appointments, they have final say, and I can't tell you how many people here have come to me at the station and said, well, wait a minute, are the poles better than burying the lines? And I have people saying to me who have a little expertise in this, Chris, over the years say, well, you can't bury those lines. You have to put them up in a pole. And you've got, parts of Bridgeport and Fairfield here that are all up in arms here. And again, 50% of the people, Chris, whatever the siding council decides, are not going to be happy.
No, and Paul, part of the problem is things can be done. But the power of the utilities in this state is very strong, very, very strong. They contribute to campaigns. They have lobbyists up in Hartford, and it goes on and on. It's very difficult to challenge. It's like a lot of the other industries in the state. So, could they be put underground? Of course they could. It's going to cost more money.
Yeah.
But in the long run, it's probably smarter to do. It's like the electric lines that we have on streets in cities and towns across the state.
Yeah.
When you have major storms, what happens? Trees hit them and they go down. So why isn't the utility investing in putting the wires underground where they're protected during, so especially with climate change and everything else going on, you want to protect it. Let me give you one example.
Sure.
On Fairfield Avenue, between Fairfield and Black Rock, there's a bridge, Ash Creek. It goes over Ash Creek. And utility companies wanted to drop the wires in the water. So when they went to the bottom of the pond, or the lake, I should say, then they could hook up and provide electricity. So we came up with a solution. Why don't you run piping along the side of the bridge on the outside and run the wires? Guess what? It went from, no, we can't do it.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to pray to the novena. We've got to do this. We got to bring the
and all of a sudden.
Right. All of a sudden, they could do it, right? And that's what they did. And we protected the environment. And we protected the neighborhood and the community. So it can be done. It's whether the will of those in elected office are willing to stand up to the utilities and say, hey, this isn't working out. Let's figure out a way to do it. It's very similar to what Lamont's saying with the siting council.
Yeah.
Let us work out a solution. And solutions can be worked out. But at the same time, utility companies have to come to the table and be willing to work on it, not just say, well, it's going to cost more money and we can't do it. Well, how many years have the ratepayers been bailing out on so many nuclear projects and everything else these utilities got into? It got screwed up, it failed, and we ended up paying the tab. So if you can spend money on some of these plans that you've done over the years and the ratepayers pay, here's a situation where the ratepayers probably wouldn't be upset about it, because in the long run, environmentally and safety-wise, it would be better to bury the wiring. But they just don't want to do it. That's the problem here.
Well,
and Gillette was holding them accountable, and as a result, she was punished. That's it. And it became so controversial and attacking. She decided, hey, enough is enough, time to go, and that was it. And now whether she resigned or the governor asked for a resignation, you bring up a good point. There is an election next year.
Yeah.
Maybe that had something to do with it, Paul, but good luck in finding replacements, people that are qualified, understand utilities, know how to regulate them fairly, and that's going to be a challenge.
All right, Chris. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll jump in and do it. Hey, what? You know what? Listen, I used to have an electronics kit when I was a kid. Maybe that's good enough. Hey, Chris.
You got it.
Before we leave, I know you wanted to make a little announcement pertaining some blabbermouth on the radio here. So in about a minute or so, what kind of news do you have, Chris? I'm kind of interested in this.
Well, on a very positive note, I'm happy that you've accepted the position of honorary parade marshal for the 117th Greater Bridgeport Columbus Day Parade in Bridgeport on October 12th. And the parade runs, there you go. And the parade runs, Paul, from Jewett and Madison Avenue down Madison to Central High School on Madison Avenue, where the Feast of St. Francis will be. And we're honored to have you. We know, and I know, the love you have for your heritage and the traditions of the Italian community. The parade started in 1908. It's the oldest parade in the state of Connecticut for Columbus. As a matter of fact, in the tri-state area, if not New England, it's the oldest.
Wow.
We're older than the New York City Columbus Day Parade, which started in 1929. Ours started in 1908. So it's a great tradition, and we're so happy that you've agreed to accept it. And people should come out and see you in the car with your sash, and it'll be beautiful.
And throw money, small bills, coins. All right, Chris. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Yes, folks, I'll be the honorary Grand Marshal for the Columbus Day Parade, so it's going to be kind of fun. Again, small unmarked bills and small change. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway right now is the easier ride. Further ahead on 95, long line of cars. Milford Connector going through West Haven. Southbound, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf as well. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier there. On 84, eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown with an accident reported near exit 2. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The bulls were running on Wall Street today. CBS News business reporter Jason Brooks.
Stocks this week surged to record highs on the combination of the Fed rate cut and NVIDIA's $5 billion stake in fellow chipmaker Intel.
Americans will no longer be advised by the federal government that they should all get a COVID-19 vaccine. CBS's Mark Strassman.
The CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee voted to advise Americans to speak to their doctor if they want a COVID-19 vaccine. But the ACIP stopped short of recommending anyone 6 months and older get the shot.
There were protests outside the headquarters of the ABC television network in New York City today over its decision to indefinitely suspend late-night television host Jimmy Kimmel for comments he made about supporters of Charlie Kirk.
When freedom of speech is under attack, what do we do?
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Marissa Gillette, the controversial chair of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, is planning to step down. Governor Ned Lamont announced that Gillette has given him a letter of resignation that will be effective October 10th. Gillette's appointment earlier this year was marked by criticism from state Republicans who accused Democrats of backroom tactics to secure her the position. In a statement, the governor said, in part, quote, "On behalf of our state, I am appreciative of her public service and dedication to our state and its ratepayers." Investigators are in the process of wrapping up a probe of whether or not 3 Bridgeport police officers were justified in a shooting in Ansonia in 2024. The incident occurred in February of 2024, when Bridgeport officers were involved in a chase through several towns with 41-year-old Jonathan Mark Lewis Bell, which ended in Ansonia, culminating in the 3 officers, Sergeant Christopher Robinson and officers Matthew Hoffman and Wilberto Rivera Colon, shooting Bell, who was unarmed. Then State Inspector General Robert Devlin found insufficient evidence to charge the officers, but did identify a host of problems that he deemed questionable. The Municipal Law Department says a full report should be available in the next week or two. When Stratford students resumed school on August 28th, the length of the school day had increased by 15 minutes. According to a district note, the longer day is, quote, to support instructional time and enhance student learning experiences across the district. According to Acting Superintendent Heather Borges, the 15-minute addition strengthens the district's ability to balance academics, movement, and social-emotional learning. Connecticut has joined several other northeastern states in establishing a regional public health collaborative. The group of states will make their own recommendations and provide guidance on vaccines and other public health matters impacting the region. The other states in the collaborative are Maine, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says it's important that the region have a credible group making public comments about health and vaccinations. This follows Connecticut's recent issuing of new guidelines that differ from the CDC in regards to the vaccines.
Listen to the science. Follow the science. I went to college with Bobby Kennedy, and neither of us majored in science, but I listened to the scientists.
Pratt & Whitney has been awarded a $670 million contract modification to produce more jet engines for F-35 fighter jets. Nearly all of the work on the Department of War contract will be performed at the Pratt headquarters here in Connecticut. The project is expected to be complete by the end of 2028. Senator Richard Blumenthal says the contract modification is a huge win for the talented machinists at Pratt & Whitney and for the national defense. The Connecticut Siting Council has officially decided to push a vote on the installation of electric monopoles through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The decision comes at the urging of Governor Ned Lamont, who met with United Illuminating today to discuss changing the terms of the current proposal.
Yes, as you know, the Siting Council is an independent body, so they can do their own thing. But we talked to United Illuminating. They said they would not object to a pause. I called on the Siting Council to give us a little bit of time, get Fairfield to get a little bit of time, look and see if there are any credible alternatives that make sure that we still have capacity and reliability on the transmission system, but a better way to do it.
State and local officials have been pushing for the power lines to be placed underground instead of using the 195-foot monopoles. And Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale has raised questions about UI's proposed price.
$25.1 million to underground the lines in towns like Stamford, yet we're getting quoted $100 million to bury the lines through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The numbers don't add up.
A date has been set for a special election between Vitale and State Senator Tony Wong. The election will determine who will assume the duties of First Selectman, a position which Vitale has held since the recent passing of Bill Gerber. Senator Wong was outspoken in his wish for the election to be held sooner rather than later.
And I believe that the most prudent and most economic date needs to be November 4th.
Unfortunately for Senator Wong, the Board of Selectmen have determined that the date of the election will be February 3rd of 2026.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway right now is the easier ride. Further ahead on 95, long line of cars. Milford Connector going through West Haven. Southbound, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf as well. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier there. On 84, eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown with an accident reported near exit 2. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, couple of minutes here if you want to jump on in. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, boy. About that time. My Jets stink, I know. Giants stink, too. Patriots got a little talent. And, of course, every week at this time in the NFL season, when I can still stand to watch my Jets, we bring in Mark, formerly of New Haven. He's from parts unknown now, to give us his deadlock 3 picks of the week. Mark, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good, Paul. What's going on?
How'd you do last week, Mark? I got your picks at home on my desk. I know you were 1-2 in week 1. How'd we do last week?
Same thing.
1-2. All right, so we're 2-4. It's a long season, though, Mark. Don't worry about it. It's a long season. Everything's good. Yep. Don't worry about it. All right, you're 3. Folks, let me give the disclaimer here. This is just for fun. Don't bet the kids' college money on this, whatever. Mark and I are just having fun. He reminds me how bad my Jets are. All right, Mark, what do you have? What are your 3 picks this week? Game 1.
All right, game one, Philly and the Los Angeles Rams under 44.5 points.
All right, Philly and the Rams under 44.5. Game two.
All right, Washington minus 3.5 over the Raiders.
All right, Washington. They used to be Redskins. They're the Commanders now. Minus 3.5 over the Las Vegas Raiders. That's another one I still don't understand. And our third pick.
And the last one, Baltimore and Detroit over 52.5 points.
I like that. Baltimore and Detroit over 52.5. So 52.5, take the over. Baltimore and Detroit take the under. Philadelphia and the Rams 44.5, and Washington minus 3.5 over the Las Vegas Raiders. Mark, I got to run. I have a feeling you're going to rebound this week, so we'll see what happens, okay?
I hope so, Paul.
All right, Mark, be good. There's Mark there. Once again, Philadelphia and the Rams, he says take the under, 44.5. Washington minus 3.5 over the Las Vegas Raiders. And he says bet the over Baltimore and Detroit. But again, folks, please, we just do this for fun. In fact, we'll be talking a little NFL. How do they put on an NFL game? We'll talk about that with our final guest of the day coming up. But first, the world-famous Dave in Brantford is with us. Dave, how are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm moving up at world famous. I like that.
Well, listen, it's a worldwide. We stream on the World Wide Web, so they could be listening to you, Dave, in the far reaches of Africa somewhere. So,
all right. So Columbus Day remembered at the end of your show. I had to call in. I wasn't going to. I didn't know the double entendre, figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
You are leading the parade to bring respectability back to the Columbus Day holiday in a big blue city.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, sir.
And maybe people don't know that by the calendars you keep, Sierra Club, Environmental Justice, PETA, they don't even mention Columbus Day.
No,
Indigenous and Native Peoples Day. And then the other calendars, I've got the DAV or the Ronald Reagan Library.
Yeah.
They don't mention Indigenous. They talk about
That's right.
Columbus Day. And so by the calendars you keep, and briefly at the end, you mentioned there's like a 5% pop in your stock for Eversource and UI because we changed the petty bureaucrat. That shows how excessively government is corrupting the free capitalistic market. All those wires and transformers and workers.
Yeah.
That business model never changes. Why should the elimination of a petty bureaucrat cause that market model to go up 5% in one day? That proves how much public influence those politicians is corrupting the way business models operate these days.
And if you notice, Dave, the announcement was made today after a couple of news stories came out yesterday, as my guest Mark Fitch had said, well, suddenly some emails that supposedly were gone were now found. So listen, the governor, he knows he has a re-election coming up, so he's no dummy.
I get it. The dirt was found on the story that we all suspected. Thanks for letting me on.
All right, Dave, be good, buddy. All right, hey, folks, so what does it take to put on a National Football League game, a college game, the games that you and I sit there and watch and fall asleep to and eat and drink too much to? Our next guest, we're going to have some fun here as we tail off from all the rotten stuff during the week. Our next guest has been responsible for staging professional athletics for years.
You've heard the term fall cleanup, and now make sure that getting your trees assessed on your property is part of the to-do list. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you all about working with K&J Tree Service and having a free tree risk assessment done. My friend Mark over at K&J came out to our home back in the spring, and he identified a couple of trees that could be a real problem. We didn't have to remove the trees, but we did do some work to make sure they weren't going to be an issue if the next storm hit and caused destruction. Right now, as the seasons are changing, it is the perfect time to give your trees the care they deserve. At K&J Tree Service, they're offering a limited time 10% discount on all services to help you prepare your landscape for the winter months ahead. Whether you need pruning, trimming, or complete tree removal, their team of skilled professionals is ready to enhance the beauty and safety of your property. Don't wait until it's too late. Call them directly at 203-248-TREE or schedule an appointment at kjtreeservice.com. Take advantage of the incredible offer right now at K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 northbound out of New Haven, accident approaching exit 8. Stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, over an hour crash through Fairfield. Parkway really isn't much help. 84 on the eastbound side, heavy volume delays through Newtown into exit 11. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear and cool this evening and tonight with a low in the upper 40s inland, lower 50s by the water. Saturday sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, any early fog gives way to sun by mid-morning. It'll be a bright day with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Share your opinion. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, if you're like me and like about a few million other folks, we're going to decompress from the week and we're going to OD on football. Maybe some baseball too, some preseason hockey, whatever. But all those events need planning, and we tend to forget as we sit there and we watch them on TV or our computer screens, especially if you're like me, that I don't go to as many games as I used to. Occasionally, I still do. These events need planning. And you're looking at college games with 100,000 people, NFL games with 70,000 people. Even a small college has a few thousand people. Well, our next guest is a distinguished sports and event presentation expert, more than 30 years of transforming live events into immersive, fan-centered experiences. Throughout his career, get this, he's directed and produced and managed more than 2,500 live events. What? How about 3 NBA Finals, 2 World Series, 13 NBA All-Star Jam sessions, and he has worked with the NBA, Major League Baseball, the WNBA, the American Hockey League, the NCAA, the European Premier League, and NASCAR. Our guest is Dan Costanti, and the name of the book is Beyond the Scoreboard, the ultimate event, guide rather, to sports event presentation. Hey, Don, it's Paul here. How are you, sir? Good evening.
Hey, Paul. It's great to be here. I appreciate you having me on.
Thanks, man. Boy, how'd you get into this? How'd you get into the sports presentation business? And right. what should people know about this? Oh, yeah, there's a lot of fans out there. But, man, the operations of these games, Don, must be amazing.
Yeah, 3 decades ago when I started this, and even now, there's not a class or there wasn't a book until now that teaches people how to produce or put on a game or be a game director, for that matter, or to establish the proper event presentation. And so I kind of fell into it. I got my first sports job at NC State, and I'm like, what's this game operation stuff? And I kind of just learned on the fly, Paul. Yeah. I mean, it was like being thrown to the wolves. And I think even today, as crazy as it is, as technology has changed and so many things have advanced, there hasn't been any advancement in teaching people this role. So even today, people are taking these positions and they have to just inherit what they take on unless they had some experience coming into it. If you're new to the role, you don't know. You just do what is currently being done. You continue to do the status quo until you learn. So that's how I got into the job was through NC State. And this is a much needed book because it's going to help establish you mentioned it, not just college and pro, but even high school can use this book to level up their event presentations or game day atmospheres so that, there are always some shining moments, but there's and I should say this first, there's a lot of great organizations that do a great job, but there are even more that are struggling. This can help them in those struggles. And what I'm talking about is, understanding what the core principles of event presentation are and how to elevate your current game day to add value to everybody.
And Don, I've been covering sport. I do news here and everything in a regular talk show, but I've been doing sports on and off for 40 years. And also, the game day ops guy, and I do a lot of college hockey on the side on TV. Yep. And I always say, there's the game day ops guy, because he's the guy or the gal, usually in the jacket, who has the earpiece in, who's talking to somebody on their radios. But as you say, even the smaller events, and smaller by we mean 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people maybe at a hockey game, there's still so much going on, Don, that somebody has got to give the thumbs up or thumbs down or direct this whole thing, right?
Exactly. Somebody's got to put together what we call the game format or the run of show that itemizes everything minute by minute, and they're calling the cues. What you're seeing when you go to a game on digital screens, somebody's calling that. The music you're hearing, somebody's calling that. The entertainment, the timing, the transition, the execution of everything that goes on, even the game itself, the start time, the timeouts, the whistles or the buzzers when it's time to commence play again. Somebody's coordinating all that and working with broadcasts and the timeout coordinator with network. That's all coming through the event presentation department. Again, it's not taught. It's something that you're kind of stepping into a role and have to be taught by people who've already done it within that organization. So I'm providing the first book, and it's the first book published under Sports Business Journal. And they see the value in this, that this is going to teach people, this is what goes on during a game. Oh, wow, I should be knowing this. And I not only tell them what they need to know, I give them what they need to know, and I take them and provide the strategies and the tactics that I've used over 30 years.
So, and by the way, the name of the book, folks, Beyond the Scoreboard, The Ultimate Guide to Sports Event Presentation. Don Costante is the guest. And yeah, Don, when I do my hockey games on TV, I do see that staff working on the lights and the cameras and the sound and the music. But on a National Football League scale, say a lot of us, like I'll be watching my Jets probably get hammered by Tampa this weekend down in Tampa. That's another story. How many, is there a point person, for example, Don, at a single NFL game? And does that person have how many people working under them? Who's the person who's got to put out the fire, say only figuratively, or make sure everything runs smoothly at a multi-million-dollar NFL game?
Yeah, every organization has a person or a staff that is assigned to what some will call game operations, what I like to call event presentation. And so, yes, there is a person that's assigned to it. And in terms of when you're talking about the role of putting on a game day, it's massive, because you mentioned cameras and lighting and music and production and stage managers and on and on. Not all of those people are full-time. Most of those are
per diem,
part-time seasonal, right? And so they come in, and this department, this event director, manages that entire group. So when I was with the organizations that I was with, I might have had a staff from 5 to 15 people full-time. But on game days, I'm managing 60 to 75 people.
Wow. And you know what, Don? My son works on Broadway in set production and lighting, and it's kind of like see him doing his productions on Broadway and off Broadway. I'm kind of thinking of that, and the shows I go see that he works on. I'm like, wow, there's a lighting person here. There's a sound person. There's smoke effects. There's video, which is what he works on. So I guess even though it's only a hockey game or a baseball game or a football game, the coordination here that you talk about in your book is key, because as you and I know, Don, there's really not an off moment in a game. Even when play is stopped, there's something going on for a young generation, right?
Absolutely. And you have to also know how to handle things when they go wrong. If a host, the mic goes out, or you're doing a promotion that requires the video board and the video board is out, how do you handle those situations? And having a person to be able to call the cues is important, and they need to understand what the resources are and how to incorporate the certain elements to handle those situations. And I talk about that in great length in my book.
And finally, Don, how would somebody get into this? If there's somebody listening to us now saying, hey, maybe I don't or want or can't do it full time, but how do I work these games? Do they start small? Do they contact their local colleges? How would somebody get into this?
Great question. So I'm a huge fan of job shadowing. If somebody is out there who's interested in maybe working in sports or working even in this area of game day presentation, reach out to college, pro teams in your region, wherever you're willing to travel, and see and connect with those, I would say, game directors. The person who's going to be facilitating this, and ask them if they'd be willing to allow you to come and job shadow on game day.
Okay.
And game day is so important because you get to see, you get to first be there for 4 to 6 hours, and secondly, you get to see their philosophy being put into action. You get to experience what they're doing and how they handle situations and the terminology, and you get to walk away from that having a full understanding, is this really what I want to do? And if so, I have a better idea what I need to do.
All right, name of the book, Beyond the Scoreboard, The Ultimate Guide to Sports Event Presentation. Don Costante is the guest. Don, thank you. Continue good luck, and let's stay in touch. Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
You bet. Thank you, Paul.
All right, thanks. Don Costante there, Costante, Beyond the Scoreboard, The Ultimate Event to Sports, the Ultimate Guide, rather, to Sports Event Presentation. Yes, you go to a game now, folks. It's lights, it's smoke, it's lasers, video boards, and all that, and music. So, yeah, that's an actual job specialty. All right, one more once, traffic and weather together, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 northbound out of New Haven, accident approaching exit 8. Stay to the left to get around it. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, over an hour crash through Fairfield. The Parkway really isn't much help. 84 on the eastbound side, heavy volume delays through Newtown into exit 11. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 40s to low 50s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low 70s. Sunday, sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And thanks to our guest, Don Costante, Costante, name of the book, Beyond the Scoreboard, the ultimate guide to sports event presentation. Yeah, you know, and that game day operations, right? You go to almost any game now, all the way to high schools, up through pro and minor league and, you know, NFL, NBA, NHL, AHL, WNBA. It's the game, but it's all the other stuff surrounding the game, right? The music and the videos on the scoreboard. And, it's T-shirt time and the sausage race around the field and, celebrity shoot the puck and all that. There is a game operations guy or gal saying, okay, cue this, cue the guests. And, I mean, when I grew up, I'm old, we never had that, right? There was no music. Well, there was most places, most hockey games had an organ. That was it. No video board. Wow, what? Giveaways? No, you're lucky you have a seed for $5 and $4. All right, folks, have a great weekend. We are back Monday at 2. Chris Williams, thank you for all you do. We've got Andrew with traffic and Paul Pjork with the weather. Folks, chew good, like Mom used to tell me. Have a safe weekend. Enjoy the football. We'll be back Monday at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. The CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee today declined to recommend that all Americans get a COVID-19 shot, but it said if someone wants it, they should get it. CBS's Mark Strassman is at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta.
People who want access to a COVID-19 shot from a practical standpoint should still be able to get it just as they always have. Whether this conversation